Okay. I got this. Good evening. The regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for the Town of Green Mountain Falls will come to order at this time. Today's date is May the 6th, 2014. The time is 7:09. Please note that all trustees are here this evening. Welcome, trustees. Good to see you guys. Welcome, everyone. Please stand at this time for the pledge. Trustee Cook, would you please lead us this evening?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We are so glad you are here tonight. We're thankful to Mr. Lohman and Mr. Thorne back there to getting us online, and welcome everyone who's watching via YouTube tonight. So we are on camera, you guys. We also want to thank you, board. I want to thank you all for being here and taking time out of your night to be here, and our citizens. And this week is Mother's Day, so happy Mother's Day in advance to all you guys, gals out there who are mothers. We just hats off to you guys this evening. And we have some special guests in the audience, El Paso County. People are all here, so if you're from El Paso County, would you just wave right now? You'll get them later. I know we have several in the audience tonight, so thank you for being here. So at this time, are there any additions, deletions, or corrections to this agenda?
Yes. I just wanted to see if we could take 14 and move it up closer to the top before, just important for more people to hear about the vacancies. And,
Okay. So item number 14, moved to the top. Do you want to put that under, well, we can put that under 3.
there we go.
Okay. And so we'll move the presentation of the El Paso County Hazard Plan to number 5, and we'll take note of that. Okay. Okay, so the agenda will stand with that correction then?
And Madam Mayor, I have,
Yes.
because our agenda doesn't seem to be quite long enough, I have 3 additions.
3 additions?
3 additions. One should be relatively short. It's to address the Kumar contract that you requested. I call and send a written request to waive the limited liability provision. I've done so. So the board would then need to sign the contract, approving it, knowing that your attorney has requested that they bill us an extra $250 in order to provide unlimited liability for the project. The second is Resolution 2014-15, which memorializes the cancellation of your special election. So congratulations, but you have to add that to your agenda. Mostly for record keeping, we set the special election by Resolution 2014-02. So I would suggest that the board review that resolution and cancel it in the same manner. And the third are actually 2 separate personnel matters that need to be discussed, likely in executive session pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute 246402 subpart 2F. And one of them I would suggest you invite Marshall Bradley to, and the other one I would suggest be just amongst the board and your attorney.
Okay.
Not that I would suggest be done last.
Okay, that's what I was thinking of last, at the end for the executive session. So then that would be, I guess, number 18. Okay, board number 18. So the Kumar, do we want to put that under as number after the resolution 2413, before the public input. Is that okay? So this goes there, and then the 24 the ordinance to rescind and cancel the election then would follow after that. You guys okay with that? Okay, so move to approve. We need that agenda approved with that. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so the agenda stands as presented. Okay, at this time, item number 3, the consent agenda. Are there any items in this consent agenda that need to be pulled out for further review? Or can we look at all these and accept them all together? Okay, consent agenda, A, approve the Board of Trustee minutes for 4/15. In a special meeting for 4/29, the bills run through 4/15 to 4/29 for $11,630.11, and to accept the Planning Commission minutes of 4/22 into the record. Move to approve, is there a second? Second, is there any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
for the approval of the
Revisions to the agenda. I missed the first and second on the motion.
Chris and then myself.
Okay, it's Chris and Michael. Okay. And that was on all the revisions. Fine.
Yes,
And then on the consent agenda,
move to approve was
Same.
the
okay,
same,
Chris and
and all in favor. Okay, thank you, Chris. Okay, item number 4, which is now the announcement of the 2 vacancies on the Board of Trustees and the appointment procedures. As you guys know, we do have 2 vacancies on the board. And so Mr. Cobb, our attorney, will explain things to us on how we're going to proceed. Okay.
That was actually one of the issues that the board resolved to cancel the special election, saving the town a significant amount of funds. You've received 2 resignations, one from former trustee Price and one from former trustee Ocasio. Their terms are not up. They essentially have roughly two of their 4-year term left. The board, it's my understanding previously, and I would say, since I haven't been here as long as most of you, or some of you at least, to the extent that you've done something historically, I would continue to do that, bearing in mind that your town code requires a pretty broad pool that you can choose from, and it's really any qualified elector who would have been a town resident for 12 consecutive months immediately preceding the election. And the most recent election was just a couple months ago, so anyone who's been here a year, to the extent that that poses an issue, there are ways that your code provides to get around that, but I would suggest that you start with that, knowing that that's what your current code provides for, so look for people who are interested in serving, mostly can attend meetings, and good luck.
So 18 years old and all of that, citizen of the United States and all that, correct? Okay,
You have to be able to vote in the non-clause.
okay. Okay, so board, we have those 2 vacancies. Mr. Cobb, as far as the timeline goes, could you go over that with us too?
Yeah, you have to do it within 60 days of the resignation. And the resignations were tendered on effective May 15th and 16th.
April.
Or April 15th, I apologize. This is why we have calendars over here. And hopefully your attorney can see better. So you count out 60 days. I think Trustee Stevens has done it before, but I think it was June you got the June
The first June
13th, is it right?
13, 14.
Yes. So since special meetings are typically not helpful, I would suggest that you actually appoint the 2 replacement trustees on your first meeting in June, at the latest, which would be June 3rd, I believe.
When are the applications available to pick up? Are they ready?
They're just application blank, blank and resumes.
Essentially submit more, I thought you guys typically submitted letters of intent or something like that along with the resume you're saying.
So would it make sense to give the applicants a few weeks, say the 27th, to get an application in, which would be 3 weeks, and give us a week to, and then that would give us the 3rd for the interviews or whatever?
My only caution on doing that would be to make sure that the board, as seated, doesn't try to get together and discuss that prior to your June 3rd meeting. So that could, if you don't have a discussion beforehand, it might result in another agenda that's at least this long. So,
Maybe on the 20th, say between now and the 20th for applicants to pick up an application. 2 weeks, 2 weeks, and then we can look at them on the 20th and make a decision on the 3rd.
5/20.
You guys, okay, is that good?
So that's a letter of intent, Michael, and a resume.
Okay.
Planning
So-
Commission has had and Trails Committees have, little apps. And they say, please attach everything, but this is usually letter of intent.
my suggestion would be to emphasize which this board has done a great job of doing, is to attendance at board meetings is probably the highest requirement. It's not necessarily previous government experience, things like that. It's, are you able to show up and provide the discussion and represent your elected?
So no ex-governors.
I didn't say no ex.
Guess why?
So, just to clarify then, between now and May 20th, interested citizens who want to serve on the Board of Trustees can submit their letter of intent along with a resume to Town Hall. We will take a look at them on May 20th at our next meeting, and then we will make a decision on June 3rd. Trustee Cook?
Chris, this is just a technicality of getting letters. Do you need a day to organize and get them ready? I'm thinking if we do it on the 20th, I would hate for somebody to bring it at 5 o'clock and then we have a meeting that night for you to put it together. Can you do that? Do you want to just leave it there, or would you like to move to the 19th?
You know, that would be, that might work. Yeah, that would be,
Okay.
just in case that governor comes in his resume.
I like it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nice, Trustee Cook.
19th, we close this.
Okay, close.
Okay, so just in case you guys didn't hear that, it's May 19th for all applicants who are interested in serving on the Board of Trustees to have their resume and or letter of intent or both turned into Town Hall. Perfect, thank you, Trustee Cook. Okay, yes,
I'd suggest that you have the widest dissemination so the public knows that these vacancies are there. Not just posting at the post office, but consider a paid ad on the public notice section of the Courier. Does that fit your deadlines?
I would say that you do what you historically have done.
right,
So if you historically put it in the paper, I put it in the paper.
Yeah.
If you just post
See,
it,
we-
post
I
it.
think a
We
lot
seem
of
to miss the
people,
deadline, they might be,
yeah,
yeah.
Dick, I think a lot of people know that there are vacancies and with the Courier here, and
This,
we'll just,
You put it on the website.
yeah, get it on the website and the Facebook stuff, and all of us talk to everybody to come join us on the board, that'd be great.
I just suggested a newspaper ad to avoid any criticism. That the board did not use every means.
To get people. Okay, okay, thank you. Okay. So let's move on then. Presentation My numbers are all out of whack right now because of this. So the next item of business is a presentation of the 2014 El Paso County Hazard Mitigation Plan. Mr. Mark Foley with the Emergency Preparedness team, he's the planner there, he is here tonight. And Mr. Foley, the cameras are, if you could be more like up here, over there by Trustee Quinn.
Sure,
I
absolutely.
think, Mike, can you see if you can see him on camera?
Not yet.
Not yet. Maybe move a little bit, a little bit more. Is that good?
I have to wait till I can bleep out the bad word.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
He's on, okay.
Good evening again. My name is Mark Foley. I'm with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, Office of Emergency Management. Here tonight to talk a little bit about PDMP, another acronym, right? So it's the Pre-Disaster Mitigation Plan. It's got even a longer name than that, but for the rest of the evening, I'll just call it the PDMP, so we can move that forward. So first, what is it? It's basically, simplest terms, it's a 5-year strategy. We put this plan together every 5 years and update it on things we can mitigate to make our communities safer over that time, specifically to the threats that we come up with in a very extensive risk assessment that we do within this process. So what I'm going to do tonight is just give a little bit of brief information. I've given some handouts to the mayor and the members of the board that have a little bit more detail on the process a little bit, and I will answer as many questions as I can without trying to get into the weeds, because we could talk about this for hours, as Mayor Worthy will attest the other day at my office. So basically, who's involved in it? Our last plan was done in 2008, so yes, I know 2013 is the 5-year mark, and we'll talk a little bit about why that is. But what we did in that plan was mainly focused on unincorporated El Paso County. So with the new way of thinking, one of the things we want to do is make sure we get a little bit better community participation from our municipalities. So does it mean you have to participate? No, but it's highly recommended. Why do we say that? I have resources with the county that just small communities, small municipalities like Green Mountain Falls just cannot do. One other thing we did is we went out and we pursued a grant. So we got the federal government to basically pay for 75% of the grant that we can hire a contractor to help us out with it. I know a lot about this, but it'd basically be a full-time job for over a year for me to put this plan together on my own. So since we only had about 9 months to make this happen, we were able to leverage their expertise. They have subject matter experts. They come with mapping software. They come with FEMA connections. They've done the contractor we chose, which was Tetra Tech, has a lot of experience getting plans approved through the state and through FEMA. So we wanted to leverage their expertise. Okay, so the benefits. What's in it for the community, right? That's what everybody wants to know is the bottom line, what's in it for me. So the first thing we talk about is it's always good to get a whole community approach to hazard mitigation. So if we're all on the same page, we're all on the same sheet of music, we're all moving forward. So unincorporated areas that are in Ute Pass and Green Mountain Falls, both have a very vested interest in some of the flooding that's going to be coming up. So some of the flood mitigation projects are near and dear. Some are very specific to your community, okay? So this program can be leveraged to, and we'll talk about get some money here in a little bit, we'll tell you what that's about, to put towards those projects. Also, you also tap into that broader spectrum across the entire county of what we're doing as a team to mitigate some of those. So you might not be able to afford every single one of these projects you want to do, but as a bigger team, we might be wanting to prioritize that a little higher in the county so we can utilize some of our resources. So what's that mean? It takes dollars to do projects. One of the big things this does is it accesses grant funds. So having an approved plan and being a signator of that plan, so that means that your community not only participates throughout the process of developing the plan, but signs that, that into your bylaws, whatever that may be, a resolution saying, yes, that we're going to be an active participant, we sign on this plan, gives you access to funds that you would not have had otherwise. Is there still access to the county? Yes, but it's a little bit more difficult process, and it just gives us the opportunity to, another way to access some of the funds. more specifically for your community. I'm gonna skip talking about the timeline. It's normally about a 1-year process. We've got about 9 months. We had a big turnover down in our office. A lot of people came and went. Last year when this plan started to get, it actually started all the way back in 2012 when they started to do the updates to this plan. We had a lot of fires, we had some flooding, it really delayed it. So although this plan technically expired on the 16th of December of 2013, we are working under a letter of extenuating circumstances that has given us another year to get our plan together and done. A little bit about the planning process. What we did is we put together a planning team, about 25 people deep. What that was is about half of that is what we call our steering committee. It is a representative from each of the 7 municipalities inside of El Paso County, minus Colorado Springs. Colorado Springs is a large enough community, they do their own plan. Then what we did is we invited some other folks in, like our fire mitigation specialist, Jim Reed, because he owns a lot of the folks that I have to reach out to and get some of the business done when it actually comes, is going to be sitting on that as well. And like I said, a representative from each of the communities. Then we expanded out another about 12 to 15 people, so that it's about 25 is on the core planning team. We brought in a weather specialist from National Weather Service. We brought in our county assessor, so he can give us some dollars, some value numbers, he knows where the land is. We brought in specialists to some of our community-specific hazards that we came up with. A representative from our hazmat team. We have a representative from our floodplain manager is on that team. We brought in representatives from public health. So we have a pretty extensive team. One of the processes we used is we did a lot of surveys to get this thing kicked off. We wanted public participation. That's one of the requirements of the plan, actually, but it was valuable. So we did a survey up front. Actually, I should say we did about 5 surveys. Subject matter expert survey. We did a survey out to what we call special districts, schools, utility companies to get their opinions. We did a citizen survey. That was late in 2012, early in 2013. And we've compiled all that data. We did a survey with each of a much more extensive survey with each of the municipalities. It was probably 10, 12 pages long. Took all that data, compiled it, threw it in a big shaker, shook it up, and we use what's called a hazard vulnerability analysis tool. It's basically where we can put some numbers and kind of quantify what our biggest risks are. So each community did their own, and then what we did is we put them all together and we came up with a county-wide hazard vulnerability list. So does that list exactly equal what it would be in Green Mountain Falls? No, but everything that was on your list is included in there somewhere. So we had to balance all the communities, all the municipalities, all the unincorporated areas, and kind of do the math on that and figure out where we're going to commit our resources. So where are we at right now in the process? We're about 2 months into the 9-month process. We have completed the hazard vulnerability analysis, so we know what our threats are. We know the bad stuff that's going to happen in our community. Right now, we are working to form some objectives, some goals and objectives for the plan. I've received those from most of the communities, and we'll be putting out some draft copies probably next week on getting that wrapped up. And we're looking to start moving towards our mitigation strategies. What can we do to make those things that we think are going to be bad? I'll use wildfire. What can we do to mitigate some of that wildfire threat? So we're going to look at, thinning of some of the trees in some communities, whatever that may be. Those will be specific to your community. Okay? Those lists can get big. Those lists can get long. Yeah, it's 5 years worth. We've got a lot of time to work with that. So it's not going to all happen overnight, nor could it. But what we can do is we want to make that list big, so we've got something to work towards. We can go find the funding. We might not be able to pay for it today, but maybe tomorrow we can. So that's where we're at right now. It will probably still take us about another 4 months to wrap up getting the plan out on the street and grab a copy. At which time there will be another public process. That will happen in each community. We will push that draft plan out to the municipality leadership, and they will determine in their communities what the best forum is to get that public participation and review of that plan. Bring all those comments back together, we'll shake it up one more time and get it out on the street. Hopefully by September, we'll be able to push this up to state and FEMA so they can get their approval stamps on it, and have it in place by the first of the year.
Wow. Okay.
Sorry, that's a lot,
That's
short time.
That's very good. I'll open this up to the board. I have worked with Mark a little bit, and Trustee Stevens, Trustee Bradley, and I were part of that original group that you talked about at the beginning, back in 2012. So this is how that came to be. Board, do you guys have questions for Mr. Bowling concerning any of this?
Short-term next steps for us, that any action items that need to be taken?
Yes, probably next week I will be pushing the goals and objectives, which I've worked with Mayor Worthy on a little bit already. Once we have those established, and that's going to be county-wide goals. We've got about 6 goals that I think we've locked in, and we'll probably have 2 to 3 objectives for each one of those. We'll get those out so everybody gets their consent and says, yeah, we're going in the right direction. And you have so many people, it took me a little bit of time to be able to get those coordinated. The next big steps, we'll talk about critical infrastructure. It's probably not going to affect your community too much because there's just not a lot of it. So that'll be a pretty small impact for Green Mountain Falls. And then the next piece of that will be as we move into those mitigation actions, and that will be fairly intensive because that has to come from your own community. Probably a month away, the 28th of May is our next meeting. I think that we should have already got that. And that's where we will establish that way forward, especially with those mitigation strategies, because that'll take some time.
Okay. Anything else? Board, I would like to, with y'all's blessing, continue on representing Green Mountain Falls in this capacity and working with Mr. Bowley and possibly Chief Bradley as well as our police chief to continue this. Deal?
Good.
Is that good? Okay. Do we have any comments from the citizens out there tonight for Mr. Bowley at all? I think this is a great thing for our community. And okay, well, we appreciate you and thank you for coming up, and we'll be in touch, and I'll see you May 28th for sure. Thank you very much. Okay, next item of business. Thank you again for coming up tonight. Discussion of possible intergovernmental agreement with El Paso County to provide emergency services. Our attorney is here for that, and also we do have Mr. Reed and Elaine from El Paso County here tonight, and they are here just to help us in this discussion tonight. And so with that said, Mr. Reed, I'd like to talk with you first about what you think.
Sure.
Yeah.
So do I get to sit on Mr.
Yes,
Quinn's
you
lap?
need to come. You need to come up here as well.
And if I may, board trustees, it's I think it's on Mr. Stevens, because my previous life, where I came from trustee, wore a green shirt like that and had trustee on the back. And washed my car. So whenever you're ready, just let me know. I'm Jim Reed, I'm the Executive Director of Public Services, and we're going to support you in any way we can. If you tell me that you want to work with us, then I will get someone up here tomorrow and the next day to get up here and take care of your emergency needs on the roads. We'll make that happen. So I've already got that in motion. As soon as you say, Jim, we want your help, I'm there for you. So you just got to let me know. And the only thing I'd ask is that we have access to your equipment, your yard, and we'll provide the driver. We'll make all that happen. I drove your roads today,
Okay.
and I was wee.
There indeed.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So you drive a Volkswagen Bug, not a truck. Because the truck, you kind of even as Mars, then you're coming back down. But the bottom line is, we want to be good partners. So you just tell me what you need, and we'll make that happen.
Okay.
Can I ask what your initial assessment was as you drove the roads? What was your thought?
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I'm not a road guy. I'm just a kind of money manager kind of guy. The roads, listen, if I can drive them, they're not too bad. But they do need to be, I mean, there has to be some grade work. And we've got someone who has 30 years experience who's retired. So I'm gonna hire him as a part-time person, bring him on and get him out there and get him working. So that'll help. And I understand you have a boulder in one road and a sinkhole in another. So, whoever you're appointing, I thought it was Chief Bradley, I was going to work with, whoever I'm working with, let me know.
I want to introduce you to Trustee Cook.
Hi,
This is David Cook,
how are you?
and he will be a contact for you as
Okay,
well.
I'll leave you my card. If I just know what your immediate needs are, your urgent needs, we'll do that under a mutual aid kind of thing. And then for long-term, we'll need to discuss how we do that agreement. How long you want us, however long you want us, until you either replenish your folks or we work out something different. But we're here to work with you. So, any specific questions for me on the legal side?
From the legal side, I think the direction the board wanted to pursue was more of an ad hoc, a la carte service,
Sure,
as needed basis rather than a full-time staff person. It
absolutely.
sounds like that's the direction that you're looking at too.
Right.
From my client's perspective, they're more
Spoken like a
interested.
good attorney.
They're more interested in, they understand that if they call you, you'd be here. But sometimes it's that hesitation to pick up the phone and say, okay, well, how much is this gonna cost the town?
Sure.
So, as much of that information that we can get on the front end,
Sure.
understanding that you may not be able to cover every basis, but the most we can provide on the front half.
So let me tell you how I envision this, and then you can tell me what. Right now, you have emergent needs. I'm gonna pick up the tab on the employee. I just need to know what you need done. I need access to your equipment to make it happen. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Can't get better than that.
Well, and the only cause for concern tonight is, again, liability from the town standpoint. And to that extent, the board, through me, would probably need to talk to their insurance
Sure.
attorney, Tammy Serson.
They'll be my employees, so obviously, this is gonna be their work assignment. You guys are within El Paso County. So, they'll be part-time, so really, there's really no benefits, but obviously, workman's comp does apply to that through El Paso County.
Okay.
Okay, at this point.
I'm talking more about on our machines
Yeah, absolutely.
and kind of that gray area, because if it's your guy and it's our machine,
Sure.
I don't want to set the town up for, okay, the machine just did whatever it did, and now you have a hurt employee, or we have a hurt machine, or,
Okay. So,
oh,
just tell me what your priorities are. If you want the boulder done, the sinkhole done, and certain roads done, let me know. If you're willing to accept that, then I'll get someone out here, hopefully this week, and get them working on it right away. That's up, but you need to just let me know how you want to do that, how you want to structure that.
again, it's the board's pleasure. So
Right.
whatever they say, my direction would be, I would talk with Tammy on that just to cover, even if it's through that volunteer that we talked about, through that, and it comes from volunteers, because he's being paid by them, but he's essentially volunteering, or El Paso County is volunteering him to us. So that may be a way to cover us there. But, I mean, you have a county that's saying, let us know how we can help.
Yeah, that is very,
And the other-
very,
yeah, sorry, I'm not the-
Get through that last game.
Mr. Reed,
yes, Mr. Cook was saying.
thank you very much. It probably will take one day to get a hold of Sir Tammy to find out that detail on that, and I can get you. There's nothing absolutely pressing. I mean, the closest thing is the boulder we haven't road because it's blocking half of the road, but there's still access. But I can call you after we get the information from Sursa, and then we can go over a few things that are in town. There's, as of today, it doesn't need to be done tomorrow.
Okay.
So, but we'll get a hold of you with this week with it.
Right, and then, and I would say the details are later on, I'm gonna hire this person part-time up to 25 hours a week. So if you say, oh, I got an issue, boom, off it happens. Later on, if there's big projects that need to be done, that's a whole different conversation. We'll sit down and talk about that in detail. But I just want you to keep in mind, is we're here to make sure that you're successful and that your folks are taken care of. And that's the direction that we're gonna go, and that's what we're gonna do. Now, if we have an event up in here, I may not let the mayor up and down 24.
No.
I'll let you, there's a story behind that, but I'll let you, I don't want-
Part of the fun, but isn't that water in the fridge?
Yeah. I'm not I'm retired 6 years, she's gonna do it for the next 6 years. But anything we can do to help you, we want to do that. So, and obviously, yeah, there's legal stuff that we need to look at. But just let us know what we can do, and we'll be here for you.
Sure.
And so,
Yeah, that's good. So, is that,
So, board, we're in agreement that, really, Mr. Reed, it's our intention to hire, people as soon as possible in our Public Works Department to pick up this, you know, and so what I see, you guys, and maybe you can talk with me, that we have the boulder, we have Grandview, there's that sinkhole that we were alerted to. And also the roads are getting to where the grading, if we could do a grade on some of those big roads, I think that would be good. Yeah, so those three things are what I see,
We got a couple of trees that we have to mitigate.
a couple of trees,
I'm sure they will have more stuff.
okay. Okay,
yeah, so the person I'm looking at, the person I called is a retired grid operator doing 30 years, because I figure you're unique, your community's kind of unique in that respect, so I want to get someone who
Thank
has
you.
experience in doing that. That's not me, because you'll end up with new roads.
we'll see you going down the road with that, Jim.
Like on the back.
Yeah,
So,
okay, so you will
oh, sure,
talk
thank you.
with, Mr. Crog will talk with Tammy and contact Mr. Cook,
Well, I'll see the whole board, but yeah.
okay.
Okay, any other questions for me?
No, I think so.
Do you guys have questions for Mr. Reed? Yes,
The boulder you're referring to, is that the one on Falls Avenue?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Can we blow it up?
It looks like it was the other
No,
one.
our fire guy, Mr. Bowman is here, I don't know if the fire thing would be good right now.
That'd be fun with it.
You know, the only thing more dangerous than the boulder is his legs.
That could be a training exercise.
Absolutely.
Okay,
How fast can you run?
awesome.
All right, anything else?
Okay, so
Thank you
nothing
very
for
much
Mr.
for your
Reed.
time.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we also have Elaine here, and she's from Budget and Finance, and she's willing and able to help us at all, with anything we might need as far as looking at our budget, or I know getting a budget revision right away. So Elaine, would you like, do you have anything to say at all?
I think, you know, you just alluded to, it's really up to you. If there's something we can do to help, we're more than happy to look at reports or just provide assistance in any way that we can.
Okay,
We're just happy to do that.
okay. Do you guys have any questions for Elaine as well? At all?
I think we may. Sure. I think we may. We identify something. No, that was open.
I don't know if the county does forensic auditing essentially, or if you guys sub that out,
Well,
or if you just have a large enough department that you.
I think it just depends, you know, you may not be ready to go that route just yet. You might just want to have somebody take a look at things from just a quick look. You may just have some reporting issues or some ability just to adjust what you're seeing. I don't really totally know what you're looking at and that you might have questions on, so that would really be the first place I would suggest, just to start there and just look at what reports you're receiving, what information you're seeing, and start there. Does that make sense?
Chris, with our recent conversations just regarding the budget, and especially with the inflated budget with all the grants and everything, I think it'd be beneficial to ask for her help on one, just a quick.
Yes, the budget is all amended,
Okay,
yeah.
all right,
I left an email, but,
thank you.
yeah,
So we,
you can send that down, because all the expected grants are all in there.
okay, all right, I did see it in here. Thank you.
Anything, if you have a card, I could,
And you know what? I got up here without any. I have some brand new cards and they're all in my desk. I apologize for that, but I can certainly send an email, or if you have a card for me, then I can shoot you an email real quick with all my information. I'd be very happy to do that.
Okay.
We do appreciate your help.
You're very welcome. Just,
I don't know if she could just see what we're looking at too, a
sure.
copy of this.
I can email that to her. I think that's what Michael just asked.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be great. That's a good place to start, just to take a look and you know, ask a few questions and
Okay.
be happy to do that. more than happy.
Elaine. Elaine, what's your last name?
Elaine Johnson, and it's spelled a little different, Johnssen.
Johnson.
And so when you talk to Circe, if you're talking to Tim Greer, you tell him I said hi. I used to be on the board of directors years ago up there, so.
Our attorneys, came to do it. So.
Oh, I know Tammy also. Tell her I said hi.
That's awesome. Okay, so Elaine, thank you. So Chris will be looking up with you as
Okay,
well, and maybe send her the updated budget.
I'll email her the budget that you have.
Okay,
Okay, perfect.
perfect. And then Michael Butts might be a contact for you as well. Trustee Butts, so.
All right, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much, and thanks for driving up the pass.
You're very
And
welcome.
it's open now.
Yes, it
So
was
there's
very
no
nice.
traffic.
And Mr. Reed gave me a ride.
Oh,
So I didn't know where it's going.
Yes.
Sorry.
Mayor, if I may, I work for chocolate chip cookies, and you can tell I work very hard.
We'll have to remember that next time. I didn't drink any chocolate chip this evening. So anyway, well, thanks you guys.
Hey.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks.
very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, we need to bring chocolate chip cookies. Okay, the next item of business.
I have a comment, please.
Yes.
Regarding the intergovernmental agreement. On the 16th of April, several employees resigned. Since then, it's been nearly 3 weeks. There were two positions open, the marshal's position and the public works director. Historically, we advertise for those positions that are open here to give numerous people a chance to get the job, numerous qualified people to get the job. You ignored it on one position. You went ahead and hired someone without the benefit of advertising the position open. The second position, like I said, it's been nearly 21 days. We haven't even discussed the idea of replacing that position. It's a pretty important position. The grass is growing, there's boulders falling in the road, pool needs to get started, and you haven't even given it a thought. We had 3 special meetings, none of which, any of those discussions were had. I think you are very remiss in ignoring these issues.
Well, Trustee Patron, sorry, Mr. Patron, I differ with you in the fact that we aren't addressing this. That's why El Paso County was here this evening with Mr. Reed and talking about this, and it is, if you did hear that, it is our desire to, as soon as possible, hire people in the Public Works Department. We
Madam,
do-
pardon me, but as soon as possible would have been April the 18th
Excuse me,
to put an
we need to
advertisement
get,
in the paper.
we need to get a good foundation laid before we just put people in that department. We need to get a handle on our budget to see what monies we do have in that budget
But
before we
ma'am-
just put that
But
there.
man,
So thank you.
you're not doing any foundation work, you're still digging a hole.
I think we are moving forward, sir. Thank you very much for your comment. Appreciate it. Okay, let's move on to the next item of business, which is the public hearing. So at this time, we will recess our regular meeting for a public hearing. The time is 7:50, and the public hearing is for a special use request to operate property as a VRBO, vacation rental by owner, and it's 11157 Falls Avenue. Karen Clark, property owner, property manager Judy Sutton, and she's here this evening as well. And so at this time, we are in a public hearing. And Ms. Sutton, if you would like to go, or is there a property owner here? The property owners know?
No, Karen's not here.
Yes,
And I'm just here to answer any questions that anybody might have.
okay. Chris?
So the site was posted with a public notice sign, and the dates of the public hearing for Plan Commission and the board were listed. A package was sent to neighbors within 100 feet of the property pins. To date, we've gotten 6 back. all in favor of granting a special use for this property?
Okay. Are there any comments from anyone in the audience concerning this vacation rental? No? Okay. So if there are no other public comments, then we will adjourn the public hearing at 8:51, and we're back into regular meeting. And so we're back in our regular meeting. Board, we did receive the planning commission recommendations to grant this. The findings are, as Chris said, that 8 packets were sent out and 6 were brought back, all in favor of this. Do you guys have any comments at all about anything? No?
And normally, Madam Mayor, the board accepts the findings from the
Planning commission, yeah. And so, and those findings, and we don't have the planning commission minutes right here in front of us to,
I have findings.
the findings.
Yeah, they're all within code.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so the findings are that the petition conforms to the requirements of the zoning ordinances. The use is consistent with the goals and objectives of the comprehensive master plan. Neighboring land uses are compatible. The use will not result in an oversensitive use of the land. The use will not result in undue traffic congestion. Positive feedback was received from the 6 neighbors in favor. The use will not be unreasonably determined to the public health, safety, and welfare. And of course, the town will receive an increase in lodging and sales tax revenue. So those were the findings of the planning commission. So,
I move approval of the request and the adoption of the planning commission's findings.
Second.
second. Okay, are there any is there any further discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No? Awesome. Okay, very good. Judy, is there, when you go to VRBO, when you type in Green Mountain Falls, this will come up then?
Once we get it active, yes.
Perfect, okay. And like I said to you going on the way in, we love VRBOs, and when we travel, we use them often. So it's really great to have them at Green Mountain Falls. So thank
If there's
you.
ever any problem, you just call me.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, next item of business, resolution 2014-14, a resolution authorizing administrative vacation and interior lot lines within the town of Green Mountain Falls. Our town clerk sent that to us. Chris, the background on this, do you just want to give us a background on?
Well, the background would have been in the 2 planning commission meetings. And it was a presentation to add a deck. And the planning commission recommended that the property owner do a little bit more on the survey because it didn't show any of the improvements. And it showed that the house straddles 2 lots. And El Paso County assessor requires that to be interior lot line vacation. So that's what you're seeing before you.
Okay. So this ordinance is rescinding ordinance, well, hang on,
That's good.
that's the other one. Okay. This is authorizing administrative vacation of interior lot lines within the town of Green Mountain Falls. And I'll just read this. It says, whereas Robin and Sean Myers, their property owners of 6816 Colorado Street, have requested an interior lot line vacation between lot 9 and lot 11, lot 10 and 1. Whereas the current tax schedule number is 83084130008. And this lot line vacation is being requested to locate the house on 1 lot. And that house is currently, and it straddles lots 9 and 11. The lots are contiguous parcels separated by common lot lines and common ownership. And this, whereas this proposed vacation of the common lot lines and related easements can be accomplished utilizing the administrative procedure contained within section 17-13T of the Green Mountain Falls Land Code Use. Da, da, da. And now therefore be it resolved that other items, limitations, and conditions contained on the record plat remain valid and in effect. And this vacation of the common lot line between lot 9 and lot 11, block 10, Green Mountain Falls, pad 1, in the town of Green Mountain Falls, El Paso County, Colorado, is done as requested by the property owner, and the property will here and after be referred to as lot 11R, block 10, Green Mountain Falls. Are you guys the property owners? Okay. I was like, okay.
It just makes sense to me.
It makes sense to you. Does it make sense to you?
It's just dissolving a lot line, there's no easement activity.
There's no easement
Well, I
activity.
heard it mentioned easement. I don't
Um,
know if you're vacating easement as well, or is it just lot
There's no easement.
line?
okay. Oh, it says the proposed vacation of the common lot lines and related easements can be accomplished utilizing the administrative procedure contained within this.
I'm assuming they're side lot easements.
It's just a general whereas, it's not specific.
Very
Okay. Okay, is that good with everyone? Any questions? Okay. Is there a motion to
I
accept this?
move to approve 2014-15. Second.
Okay, any further discussion on this? Okay, all in favor of resolution 14, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Okay, great. Perfect, so thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we will move into a special event permit application for concerts at the lake with the UPass Triangle Chamber of Commerce. They're scheduled for June the 17th and August the 6th. And we have Representative Martha Henry is here today from the UPass Triangle Chamber of Commerce.
Thank
So
you.
thank you for being here. Do you have anything to say at all?
No, we just request permission to use the gazebo on those 2 dates. We don't need any services from the town, and we have our insurance that I could hand to Chris before I leave, and so all we need is your approval.
Okay. That is great. We really enjoy those summer concerts here, and it brings such a liveliness to our community. Laura, Chris sent us the information on last year's fees, and that was $40 total, $20 for each thing, for each event. She also sent us what the fees were for the special event that the board did approve. So we do need to talk about these fees and what you think. So
I believe the fees up to 20.
20 each, or so it was $40 total that the chamber gave us. Chris did note that the chamber did give us money,
$500.
$500 to help with the fountain, to replace the fountain, so considering that,
That would support the fee, I suppose.
the same fee, $20 for each thing.
Yes.
Okay? Okay, so
So is this just for the approval, or is this also have a fee?
this does have a fee with it. So we need to approve it with the fee of $20 per event, so it'd be $40 total. Okay? So is there a motion to approve
I
that?
would move to approve with the $20 per event fee.
Second.
Any further discussion on that? Okay, so all in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay,
Thank you so much. We
Thank
appreciate it.
Thank you.
very much. I appreciate all you guys do. We also have another special event fee and permit application, and that's for Rock Day, the 76th annual Rock Day event. And Vicki McKnight is here to represent the Rock Day event. And we also got, Chris, does that say how much you guys paid last year for that?
250.
250.
It's in the motion.
Okay. So, we need to talk about that fee as well. What do you guys think about that?
Is that typical through the years?
The $250 fee? Mr. Bratton, you know more
It's
about
been pretty stable.
I mean, that's pretty stable.
Yeah, we do a lot in terms of setting it up ourselves and that kind of thing. Brings in about 800 to 1,000 people in one day, and it really does help the community have kind of a presence in the summer with the summer tourists and things. So
Okay.
I would highly recommend $250.
Do you think that that's a
I guess I
reasonable thing?
move to approve the permit with $250 fee.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion on that?
Mr. Brown, do you wish it was higher?
Michael, I think you can speak up just a little.
$250.
And the second was Tyler.
Okay, any further discussion on that besides Mr. Pratt? Yes.
There is a requirement for the chamber to provide insurance for the event, so we have filled out the form for you to go to Sursa.
This
They give you a sign.
goes through Sursa, and what happens is we've gotten the event, the permit from Sursa, the application from Sursa. Dick and Vicky have filled it out, goes back to Sursa, they send an invoice, the town pays it, chamber reimburses. But it's Sursa insurance for special events that they apply to.
Okay. So we go ahead and approve that then, even though we're waiting on Thursday. Okay. Okay, so there was further discussion, which was just showing the insurance to Chris. Do you have more comments, Trustee?
I'm just thinking in light of the economic benefit, perhaps you could reduce that just a tad.
Reduce it just a tad.
We have a long history of the fees. Okay.
There's a reason I jumped at it when she said yes.
Well, I was looking and say, do you think that's okay?
We support the fact that there should be fees for every event in the parks. We budgeted $250. We're glad to pay it to sustain the policy you have.
Fair enough.
But we do appreciate you wanting to.
Yes,
We may in the future take you up
We
on
can
that.
put into work there to offset some costs that day. There you go. Okay, so that's good, you guys? Okay, so all those in favor of granting the Bronx Day permit with a $250 fee, vote by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. Thank you. We look forward to that. I definitely want to help, so. Okay, next item is the discussion of the future of the Dewey Mountain as an open space with public trails. And Dick Bratton is here from the Trails Committee.
I bring good news.
Yay!
First of all,
Dick,
everybody
we
know
can't
where-
see you. You need to stand right here.
Yes.
Okay, but you need to go over there so you can be on the video. You want- Yes.
Keep going, keep going.
Keep going.
That corner, right?
Good.
Right by
Another flag.
There you go. Right by the flag.
That's okay.
Go good. You can go right here.
Thank you, Ray. My assistant.
There you go. Thank you, Ray.
Dewey Mountain is the mountain on the north side, north edge of our town. And I'll show you, it's up here. It's been there for a long time.
It's a mountain.
Named for the former governor of New York.
Oh,
Um,
did he live here then?
No, I have no idea how I got named that. James Bennett doesn't know either, but it appeared on the maps as Dewey Mountain. It's 8,464 feet. And this backscape here is an important backscape for our community. It's visible, highly visible from many parts of the town. So this is a picture taken from up on Hondo, my neighbor's deck. It gives you the character. It's a south slope. It doesn't have a lot of trees, but it has fantastic views. For years, there have been social trails on Dewey Mountain. Where'd my script go?
Love this.
Oh, thank you. It's good to have friends. Okay, so that's where it is. Photos I just sent you. There's a future land use map, which is not up here, but I can tell you that we worked very hard on the character and preserving Green Mountain Falls, the character of the town, when we updated the comprehensive plan in 2007. And I want to thank John Lowndes, I don't know if he's here, but he was very instrumental in helping us do that comprehensive plan. So for the land use, we showed it as open space, the top part, with a small strip at the bottom for residential use. So the big news is that Ray Burgess owned this 40-acre parcel, this 40-acre parcel, this 40-acre parcel, and this, and 19.66 acres of this parcel, which is pretty much the whole backscape.
Dude.
And Ray, you can tell people what your plans were.
Originally, our plans were to live, like Mr. Bratton said, on the lower portion without damaging any of the upper property. To continue with the trails, the national trails, keep them there for our town, and we were going to build very low. The cost of the driveway, and after being coming up here and being a part of the town for the last 2 years, it was very obvious that we didn't want to build there at that point. The cost was just continuing to go up, and with building retaining walls. When the excavator came out and told us, it's not as much as about the cost as much what is it going to look like. If I was going to have to put a 10-foot retaining wall, and Dick has to look at that, if I wasn't going to put pictures on it, it wasn't going to go over very well. So it was just not the right thing to do. I've been to different get-togethers here in town where I visited with people, and I've been involved in the community as much as I could possibly on anything I can get involved in. It was very obvious it wasn't a good choice to put anything on the mountain. So Dick's going to announce who has now bought it. We kept looking, and my wife and I were very lucky and found a piece of property out in the county of Teller County, out other side of Woodland Park. So we've now sold, well, it's almost all sold. All the 120 acres is now sold. The 19 acres has a contract on it, and it is also sold. So we no longer own, technically, by the end of this month, any land in Green Mountain Falls. I'm still part of the committee. Dick likes that I'm on the trails, so we're still working the trails. My wife and I are highly involved in that. I don't have to be a member of the city to be. I'm still on her council of governments here for the town. So we're still involved. We want to be involved with the city. But this is now no longer our property. It belongs to.
Thank you. About 6 or 7 years ago, Christian Cassee invited me to lunch, and he said to me, Dick, what does the town need? I want to help the town somehow. Now, 6 years later, he's done a lot to help the town. But on that list I gave him was preserve this backscape. Don't let it get all carved up by homes and driveways and roads and deep cuts. The soil is unstable. It would be an unsightly mess. I said, we need to really keep that as open space and preserve the trails of it. So after Ray decided to sell, Mr. Cassee jumped in, and the Historic Green Mountain Falls Foundation has bought all the land. And Chris has assured me that we will preserve all the trails, the social trails are up there. He will grant us trails easements for any new trails we want to build. And the easements were the same format that we used when he authorized the trails on the Wallace Reserve. So this is looking really good for the town. The existing trails on Dewey Mountain are extremely important. The main trail that starts at the top of Catamount goes up here and circles around to the top. Then it continues on through the national forest all the way to the North Cat Reservoir. A magnificent hike. And those who have done it are just marvel. Now we can finally have legal access. When I first came here, this
That's a
land,
good thing.
this land was all over.
You know, this is being filmed, right?
I'll admit to trespass. But when I first moved here 31 years ago, this land was owned by the Allards. And they said, yeah, there's a social trail up there, the horses go up there all the time. I said, well, can we make it a public trail? And they said, well, I don't mind if the local citizens, our residents, our friends hike up there, but please don't make it a public trail. So we got no trails easement at that time, and we had to trespass from there on. Because the following owners all said the same thing, I won't give you trails easement. So now, we finally, thanks to Ray,
Thank you, Ray.
relinquishing the land, and the new benefactor taking the land, we now have legal access to develop this whole trail system.
139.
That's awesome.
The trails on this south slope are also important because most of our Green Mountain Falls trails you cannot not hike in the winter because they're closed by snow and ice. They're all north sloping trails. This is south sloping trails, and the hiking up there is great. I sit over here in Hondo, look through my dining room window. We get a snowfall and it's gone in hours. It just melts off. So this is a great opportunity for Green Mountain Falls residents to get exercise, beautiful views, and on trails that will be open year round.
Now that I know you look out your window with binoculars, I'll leave that shit. As I'm trespassing.
A lot of people have enjoyed the trail. There's a problem, and I did send the committee a drawing, this one, if you'll remember, which shows the social trail access, mostly by horses, at the top of Catamaran Street, crosses the Little John private property. And the horses really gouged it out and they became huge erosion trails. Extremely difficult to hike and not safe. So we need to have some way to enjoy all this new open space with a safe trail. So the Trails Committee in 2011 did some good work, and we found that this would be the best possible access is to build some switchbacks right in the existing right-of-way for the top of Catamount Street. Now that top of Catamount Street, the existing slope grade is 40%. So you gotta put some switchbacks in there. But the fact that it's 40% is nobody's ever gonna put a road up there. If they do, they'll have to use a track vehicle to use it. So we are coming now to the board. We went to the planning commission first and proposed that we put this trail in so the public can reach the open space area. And the benefits are to get the new existing old horse access off private property. The Little John people will be very happy for that, I'm sure. Replace the steep and eroded horse trail, 40% grades, the trail with a reasonable 15% grade, which is great for whole families and people of all ages, even old guys, to hike the trail. And tread? Somebody said, what is a tread?
No, I said you looked at Chris like he's the old guy.
I know, he can make it up 40%. And we'll pick up year-round snow-free trails and provide an access all the way to the North Slope reservoirs. I bring this forward as a little bit urgency because our Trails Committee, with about 65 volunteers, is just chomping on the bit to get out and build some trails, especially with this great weather. So we have a Trails Day, work day on May 18th. And we'd love to start constructing this new access. So tonight we would like to ask the board to approve the planning commission's recommendation to approve construction of an access trail in Catamount Street right away. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Do you guys have any questions for Mr. Bratton at all? I think this is a wonderful opportunity for our town. I think it's great.
I
Yes,
definitely have a comment.
yes. Can you
Please,
stand?
please forgive me, I live a very quiet lifestyle and
Can you
I'm used
introduce
to
who you
speaking
are?
extemporaneously.
Yes.
I'm Kimberly Hargrave.
Okay.
This is my daughter, Nikki Hargrave, who's visiting me. So forgive me, I have a prepared statement.
No, that's
Bear
okay.
with me, please.
Maybe you should stand right.
Should I just come up there?
Yes.
And just to clarify, we live, because I live here part-time, we live in the property right here that will be right next to the access trail. So we are at 10830 for the neighbors of the Bias.
Okay, neighbors of the butts, okay.
As a member of the Catamount Aura Street community, I want to express my serious concerns about the proposed Dewey Mountain Trail. My hope is that once you've heard these concerns, you will agree that this project should in fact be discarded. At the very least, I hope construction will be postponed until our neighborhood's concerns can be taken into account and resolved, if indeed that is even possible, which I don't believe it is. The primary concern is safety. Safety on a large, threefold scale. I'm talking about safety for hikers, especially children and dogs, safety for the neighborhood immediately surrounding the proposed trailhead, and safety for the entire Green Mountain Falls community. The drawings of this proposed trailhead show it located at the end of Catamount Street, where it dead ends in my driveway, a mere 40 feet from my house. This means I'm exceedingly familiar with the area in question, having lived here continuously for the last 11 years. Catamount is a long, steep dirt incline dotted with signs advising the use of four-wheel drive. Most drivers, including residential cars, FedEx and UPS trucks, and other large service vehicles, have to use a degree of speed to ascend Catamount Hill. Stopping on the way up is not a safe option, as the driver will risk sliding backwards down the street, especially if the street is packed with ice, snow, or mud. Vehicles forced to stop midway spin their tires in a frantic effort to regain traction. Why is this an issue for hikers? Hikers would be walking up and down this stretch of Catamount to and from the trailhead. There are no shoulders on Catamount. The shoulders are deep ditches created by fast-running water. With no shoulders, hikers will be forced to walk down the middle of the street, a clear danger when cars are quickly ascending the hill. While adults will be aware of this danger, children and unleashed dogs will prove a serious liability to themselves and to drivers. In addition, Catamount intersects with Aura near the top of the street, creating a blind curve from the west. Anyone going up Catamount cannot see what is coming down Aura. Likewise, anyone coming down Aura can see neither what is coming up Catamount nor coming down from the direction of the proposed trailhead. Finally, anyone coming from the trailhead would not be able to see a vehicle coming down Aura where there are a total of 4 families living. That's a lot of coming and going on blind faith and loose gravel. Hikers and their families would also be at risk should they get caught in a downpour. When it rains, the upper stretch of Catamount becomes treacherous very quickly, in the form of running mud and deep gullies. The hillside where the new trailhead would be located has flooded for years. Bales of hay have been strategically placed on the hillside to prevent runoff. Over the last decade, I have planted bushes and trees in an effort to mitigate the substantial runoff and erosion. I even pay to have the city trees on the hillside sprayed for beetles every year in an attempt to preserve the forest and thereby curtail the flooding. It is only in the last year, as vegetation has begun to grow and create deeper roots, that some of this flooding has been mitigated. Destruction of this vegetation, an inevitable result of gouging out a trailhead, will reopen the floodgates, creating water flow all the way down Catamount and posing hazardous conditions for hikers, residents, and drivers. Additionally, I am concerned about the impact this new trail and trailhead will have on my neighborhood. Unfortunately, the mountains do not always attract nature lovers, such as ourselves, who have chosen to actually buy homes here and who have a genuine appreciation for the serenity and beauty of our unique and historic mountain community. The endpoint of Thomas Trail is a fine example. Residents in this area have shared with me that they have been the victims of frequent vandalism. It is their strong belief that individuals in the guise of hikers are able to walk inconspicuously through their neighborhood using the nearby hiking trail as a convenient vantage point from which to case the houses and garages. By encouraging these individuals to enter remote neighborhoods within our community, we allow them to become familiar with more secluded properties that have a greater potential for vandalism. Speaking as a widow who lives alone, the fear of vandalism in my secluded spot, conspicuously visible and accessible from the trail, is enormous. The only other trail passing this close to someone's home is the entrance to the Thomas and Catamount trails that passes near 2 boarded up summer cabins. Finally, the creation of this access trail puts our entire town under an increased threat. Not that anyone in this room needs reminding, but the horrible tragedy of the Waldo Canyon fire began on a popular hiking trail. The perpetrators have yet to be brought to justice. He, she, or they are still out there. Our town already boasts 16 popular trails for all levels of hikers. Why do we need yet another trail? Why do we need a trail perched directly above our town, highly inaccessible to firefighters, and comprised of large, dry, grassy meadows filled with massive heaps of dry tinder in the form of uprooted scrub oak, as well as entire trees chopped down and left to dry by the previous owner? Indeed, speaking with a representative of our local fire department just last summer, I was told that these massive heaps of dry vegetation are a fire waiting for a match. But unfortunately, the town was powerless to force the owner to remove them. As it is, the mountainside of the proposed trail already shows frightening evidence of illegal campfires alcohol consumption, and a disgusting disrespect for the natural environment. People with cans of spray paint concealed in their backpacks or hiking the mountainside after dark have spray painted the no trespassing signs. Around the 4th of July, illegal firecrackers may be heard for an entire week. And as past Thanksgiving, gunshots echoed for hours from the hillside. A sudden large influx of visitors, many of whom will be people who frequented Waldo Canyon, will do nothing to mitigate these already existing problems. In fact, they will exacerbate the situation. Even if my concerns do nothing to influence you to reject this project, I ask that you address the following inevitable problems before proceeding. How will you keep people from parking along Catamount or the subsidiary streets such as Aura, Myrtle, or Grandview? Residents being unable to access their driveways will prove to be a substantial problem, not to mention a dangerous scenario in emergency situations. In fact, just this Sunday, residents near the outlet of the Thomas Trail observed 25 illegally parked vehicles, none of which were ticketed or towed. One resident confessed to me that he attaches a chain to his trailer hitch and pulls illegally parked cars out of the way because the city won't enforce the parking laws posted on the signs. How will you keep hikers from leaving the trail and entering private property? How will dogs be kept on the trail? Will the trailhead be fenced? The amount of unsanitary dog waste currently on the hillside shows a complete disregard for our leash and waste laws. How will you clear the entrance to the trailhead when it snows? At present, the snow plow coming up Catamount deposits snow and a considerable amount of dirt exactly at the point designated to be the trailhead. Snow and dirt cannot be pushed elsewhere without blocking residential driveways. Despite the proposal's contrary assertions, I can assure you that the south-facing slope is not free of snow throughout the winter. Will you be limiting the trail to pedestrians only? Will bikes be allowed? People who have lived here most of their lives tell me that the owner on whose property the old social trails are located closed them because people were destroying the land. They were straying off the path, leaving trash, including bottles filled with urine, riding motorcycles, and bringing in their horses. I opened my back door one day and was confronted by 6 horses and 2 piles of manure. Is this to become the norm? Will there be posted hours when the trail is open? Will there be designated spots where large groups can congregate other than in the middle of the street? Does our city have the means to enforce posted regulations? Thank you for your time and the opportunity to voice my concerns. A new trail affects our neighborhood, our beautiful town, and the safety of those people who truly do respect the mountain trails and assume they have been laid out with their safety in mind. From my perspective, this is a frivolous, ill-conceived plan put together with no regard for the bigger, potentially catastrophic ramifications. Thank you.
Thank you.
I respectfully ask for just a short rebuttal.
Okay, I want to thank you very much for standing up and expressing your concerns. That was the first that I had heard of any concerns about this, and so I appreciate you. That took courage, and so I want to acknowledge that. Okay.
So, Mrs. Hargrave, as the chairman of the Greenmount Falls Planning Commission, or Trails Committee, I promise to give you a response in writing. If you can give me a copy of your presentation, I'll give you a response and address all your concerns. Just a few to highlight. At the Planning Commission meeting, we talked about parking. And the Planning Commission and the Trails Committee agreed that we would continue the current policy that says all hikers must park down the center of the town. So there'll be no parking up on Catamount. It will not be allowed. It will be posted and it will be enforced. So the parking is not going to be an issue. As far as fire hazard, it's been proven that the safest thing you can do to protect your open space is have a trail through it, because then you put human eyes out there to detect fires before they get out of hand. So it's been proven all through the North Slope Recreation Area and other places. So the trail helps prevent fires. As far as vandalism goes, this is the first time I've heard of any vandalism by any hiker in this town. It's not the hikers that are doing it. So that's a bad rap. There will be no motorized use of the trail. The entire construction will be on public land. There'll be no construction on your private property. As I sent you a map, it shows you that. Now the other concerns, I can see that probably you're not going to volunteer for our trails. I can understand that. But I will respond in writing with copies to the board to all your concerns. We will address them in any way we can.
Mr. Bratton, can you show us where is that proposed, where is the trail headed? It's in green. So it's at the end right there. Where?
That's where it's actually at.
At the end of the street.
There's no existing trail there because it's technically been illegal, at least as long as we have owned.
For the last 11 years, it's been hillside, it's been illegal to go up.
And there's not a trail there right now. There's no, I mean, when we go up to try and plant anything, or we go up to remove trash, it's very difficult to get up there, because
It's
there
really hard to call it a trail. It's a gully. That's
Right,
been
well, and
worn in by horses, and there are 2 such gullies.
Yes.
Both will go across the private property of the Little John estate.
Yes.
So that's where the hikers go.
The buildings have
You
walked
guys,
off right
there were
now.
many concerns.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you've spoken with the Trails Committee and everything.
No.
Have y'all
We just
received
received
okay.
the letter.
Okay, because this is news to all, at least me, probably the board as well. You guys have,
Well, one of the things I wanted to, and I respect her opinion and everything. You're gonna get dog waste no matter what trail you go on. I find it when I go to Divide, I find it. The dogs are required to be on leashes on trail. Dogs are not allowed anywhere on any trail without a leash. Every member of the Trails Committee that is a technical advisor, or every member that is a crew leader, I'm not lost the exact word, but the crew leaders all have to go to OSI Colorado training. We've all been through the 3-day training, and we have to set up the trail. There will be no erosion caused by the trail. There is no erosion caused by any trails up on the mountain that we don't go back and address immediately if something happens. We're up on the trails all the time. So I understand that. As of gullies and trees in the gullies, When I am the landowner she's addressing that says left heaps of piles of garbage and stuff in the trails. Forester Service came out on my property. I invited them. I drove up from Texas when I owned the property and talked to the Forester Service, had 2 representatives out on the property, 1 ranger and 1 of their experts. His words to me and exactly how to solve 2 issues with the beetle problem was to cut the trees into certain sections. I cut every tree on that mountain. I carried every tree into those holes and stacked them in rows. I covered with visqueen as I was told to do. I covered them with the slash that I was told to do by the Forester Service. Then at that point, the erosion has slowly started to come over that and stop the flooding down some of the mountain area. The reason why I was told to do that was the Forester Service. Chris had nothing to do with it. The city had nothing to do with telling me I had to remove it or not remove it. It was what the Forester Service advised me to do, and that's what they permitted me to do that part. So I'm the one that did it. I cut down every tree. 1 week, I cut down 20 trees. Drove up from Texas, 28 trees. Carried every one of those trees myself into those holes. I stopped the erosion. I stopped some of the flooding that you're talking about. I have never found trash on my mountain. And what you guys don't, I've had people be offended by me saying that. I owned 140 something acres. Not just, I owned another 7 acres. I owned all that. I've hiked it. There's not a spot of that property I haven't walked across. I do not find trash from hikers. I find hikers pick up trash. And hikers take trash off the mountains. There's always the person that will come on the mountain and who will throw trash on the mountain. There's people that drive by and throw it in your front yard when you're going down the highway. There's people who will throw out cigarettes on the side of the highway. We can't stop that. There'll be people wanting to smoke on top of the mountain. It happens. I have never, in the 11 years that I've owned that property, found a campfire, leftovers of a campfire, or anything. I never closed the land to my neighbors. I told Chris this from the first day I bought the property, and I put up the no trespassing signs. I was told by my lawyer I had to put up the no trespassing signs, but if anybody gets hurt on the property, I'm liable. If I put up a no trespassing sign and Jack walks up there and trips and hurt himself, he could still sue me. But I have the right to say I have a no trespassing sign, he was trespassing. I've always told my neighbors, you can come visit me. You know, I didn't live on the mountain. You could use the property by coming visiting me. I never put it off limits to my neighbors. There are trails on the mountain. There are trails all over it. There are trails there now. The disturbing the land and the trash, I've addressed that. You know, there's really no trash on the mountain. I find once in a while a water bottle. I pick it up, carry it off the mountain. Hikers do that. There's not a meadow on my mountain. I shouldn't say mine. Well, I still own one. There's not a meadow on that mountain, so I'm not sure what the meadow issue. There is no campfires on that mountain. There is no trash on that mountain. Even when I first bought the property, there was weight machine up on top of the property. There was a guy that used to hike up there, do weights, and take and come back down. Because I bought the property, I didn't tell him to, he took the weights down. That's how concerned our citizens are with the property. We have hikers climbing up and down the mountains every day. They walk up Hondo, they walk up the other trails. I don't know the neighbors' concerns, and I'm sorry to hear that some of the neighbors are getting vandalized and stuff like that. I wasn't offended when it bothered me that people spray painted some of the no trespassing signs because and it happened back when I was in Texas, so I was just that damn Texan that was putting up signs all over the mountain, stopping the people from going on the mountain. After people got to know me, they realized they could climb the mountain if they wanted to, if they were my neighbors. We just never was allowed to make it an official trail. The trail will be safer than any trail that's on the other mountains because it's not as steep, it's not near as bad. There was going to be, and I can tell you that this right there, man, you would have had a house right above you if I'd have decided to build. There was no way you could have stopped that. I've already had an engineer come out there and engineer the property. At this point, the best thing for the town is there are no mountain properties and there will not be anything up on the property. The bales of hay that she's addressing, I'm not sure who put the bales of hay, but that's not even on the trails.
Okay, let's thank you very much. I would like to hear comments from the board at this time.
Mayor, before we go that way.
Yeah.
I want to make clear that this is a property interest, that the town owns that right away. So before you contemplate acting on that, you need to hold a public hearing to do anything with your property interests. There's no public hearing that's been noticed. It sounds like at least two sides to this issue. There are ways to allow things like this, and we have done it in other municipalities. And one of them being a revocable easement that insulates the town for future building in its own right of way, but it still provides for the use. And it prevents the town from being boxed in. But first and foremost, it's a property interest that you guys have. You've been entrusted with this, and if you're going to do anything with your property interest, you need to hold a public hearing. I would suggest posting it to at least the immediate neighbors, and really getting it out there to whoever you can. But I would highly suggest you don't act on an easement across your property interest.
So Mr. Cobb, is that public meeting just something that's held at that schedule?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can schedule the next meeting. I recognize that doesn't do much for their trails, but I would hate for the town to say, yeah, go build it, and have it turn out that wasn't the idea that the town wanted to go through,
So that would help at least take a look at it again, just for
I
you
think
guys.
able to have, I think having it noticed so that especially people like the Hubs or the Patrons or anyone who lives in that immediate area has the opportunity to come and express opinions both in favor and against the plan. And I think that it really, the immediate community really needs to be brought in.
Okay.
I need to clarify one thing. What easement are we talking about? There is no easement. This is the city street that ends into my property. This is not an easement.
You're trying to build the trail. It's my understanding, and I could be incorrect, but it's my understanding that the trail is to be built in an existing easement for a city road, for a town road.
Right away.
Not that I know of.
Right.
The city
Planned
street
right away.
ends on my property, and the trail won't start till my property starts. There is no, that's what I was just misunderstanding. There isn't an easement because the road dead ends to my property. I have access up Catamount, and I can walk up Catamount anytime I want without the permission of the city because it's a street that belongs to the city. When the city street ends, that's where the trail starts. So I'm not sure what the easement we're talking about.
So you're saying that, it was my understanding that the road currently goes up and kind of curves, and that from the drawing.
No, the road just dead ends to my property.
Do we have the drawing? Maybe, and
What
could be.
happens is the road, yes, there is, so it goes straight up. Here, I can show, it's better on this diagram. Okay, so
Yeah,
that
show us
road
that
goes straight up, okay? And there could be a road here, because as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Burgess's land begins here.
It actually
Okay,
begins
where
right down
there's-
there where it's the
okay,
sign is. Yeah.
Okay, where there is a theoretical, yes, it comes around, but what, okay,
No,
so
actually,
here's Aura.
this is
Come on.
your
This
mom's
is
house.
the, wait,
That's
this
the
is
street.
this is the Little John, this is the street, okay? And there is no, this part of what would be a street is not developed as a street yet. It is still rough
The
terrain.
town,
Yeah.
it's still the town.
It's the town's, but it is not in effect a street at present. It would have to be created into a street. The town owns it. It is the town's property, but it's not developed as a street as yet.
So this is the section I'm talking about. So the Catamount Street comes up here. It's my understanding that this is not developed, this section.
I'll come over.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
so currently the town, that's what I'm saying,
Yes,
is this
this is-
proposed section of the trail is in the right of way, whether it's developed
Yes.
right now or not,
Yes.
that is the town's property.
Yes.
So in order to build, I mean, this section where it goes up here and is on your property,
Historic
if you
Greenmount
wanna do it on
Falls.
the 18th, start on the
Open
18th.
space.
Come back this way, until we get this figured out.
What?
You know,
See that?
start on the private property, start on, if you're gonna.
Not if we can't get to it.
Well, and that's what I'm saying, if you really, we need to do something on the 18th. If not, this is town property, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Right.
The board, without holding hearing, would be doing something that really probably shouldn't be done. Building in the right way, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it can't be done, I'm not saying that it needs to be done correctly, and that's what I'm saying.
And it would probably take a board, a site visit to go out there and see it, because it doesn't quite look like that, it's not that far down. That was designed in 2011, and so I'm not sure how that looks, because I walk like that all the time. And that's where my sign is, for sale sign and all that stuff is, so that's, it would be actually a good thing for the, because I know, Mr. Butts knows it very well.
Is that by the right of way marked in any way? Are there corners on that?
Yes, it's actually very well marked, because I'm up there constantly walking the property, putting up flags. So it's very well marked. And I would gladly meet with any of the trustees and go up there on the weekend and meet you guys. It's kind of hard to get away from the hospital during the week.
And my mother's phone number is at the top of her comments that she gave earlier, because I'm sure she would like to be present for that as well, since it's right next to her property.
Okay, these two pins were put in, Ray paid for service at the top, very top. These two corner pins, we did a cursory look and could not find them. We plan to go out tomorrow with a metal detector to see if we can find these two lower corner pins here. And then we bought some long stakes, and we're gonna put them in the ground rather than right away, so everybody can see exactly where the right of way is.
As long as
So
you
we
have all that property, that's.
plan to do that tomorrow. And then on Saturday, we were gonna actually go up with little red flags and show the center line of the trail. So that, with the corners found and the last stakes on the railway and the little red flags, we can put all that in the ground. We have to do that for planning anyway. And then you can actually go up there and see what we're talking about. And so we should have that done by Saturday.
Okay.
I kind of have to agree with the town attorney that maybe this should have a public hearing.
Yeah.
Because it is work on town property, that's fine.
Yeah.
We've never had public hearings on trails before, but we're willing to be patient and.
And I want to say, I think that because my mom uses the trails, every time I'm here for at least 4 months out of the year, I use the trails.
Yeah.
I love the trails, I love hiking, I grew up in Colorado, my mom's a Colorado native, so we love the trails. And everything that you were saying about, well, both you and Mr. Burgess, about hikers. Hikers are fantastic. Most of the concerns that we're presenting are not about the immediate community or the hikers.
Okay.
And when we talk about parking, signs are great, but only if there is serious enforcement of those signs.
We used to have a problem on Hondo, and our marshal took care of that. We have no problem on Hondo anymore.
I so we need to address some of the things that you mentioned.
And I know that I'm not speaking here for my mom, but I know she would be more than happy to talk.
I think
Yes.
we need to continue the discussion,
Absolutely.
and a public hearing would be the proper format.
Yes.
And I agree with the
Meantime, we
attorney,
should probably
we
get
can go ahead and
together.
start, we can go ahead and work on the trails that are up there on my property already.
Yeah,
We can get up there.
Yeah.
I know ways to get up there, so that's easy.
And then let's schedule a public hearing for the next, meeting. Chief Bradley, you know.
I want to add something to your presentation. We started a program that got kicked off in late 12, and based on everything else we were dealing with, it lost momentum. It will be back, and that's what we refer to as a trails team. I reported that to the board late 12, early 13. We actually get up there. We were able to get up there and completely cover one trail, GPS mark things, so dispatch had reference points in the event there was an emergency. It's something that I intend to bring back when I get staffed. And we're gonna be up on those trails, certain times, weekends, holidays, when we have enough coverage down here and running those in teams, just to assess. I haven't seen any graffiti personally, but I have been called up there for shots fired. I've arrested people for that, charged them. We know that there's a huge catacomb trails up there, and we absolutely intend to cover that. It's great exercise for us.
Everybody that I had on the team, and there was 5 of us, went out and bought their own, because of funding, we couldn't afford it, bought their own woodland camel uniforms. We put subdued patches, so we were in a uniform. We surprised a few people. They were very shocked to see 5 of us working our way up the trail and realize what we were. It's not designed to intrude on people's privacy. We know people for their peace. We know people like to go up there and get away and enjoy working that trail. There's a lot of people that enjoy walking that trail far more than I do. That's right, it's work to get all the way up top. But as far as security concerns, I have no idea what the financial picture is this year or even next year. But when I get to the staffing that I need to be at and where I've been at, that's a trail we will have. So if that gives you any comfort at all about people randomly walking the trail and you never know who's up there coming and going, we'll do our best to go up, make our presence known, visit with people.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let's schedule a public hearing for the 20th to discuss this. I think, it's best for our town at this time to put off doing anything this evening. Appreciate the Trails Committee and your presentation, but in the benefit of the town, I think we need to spend time just making sure we hear our citizens on this. Agreed? Okay. Okay, thank you.
And Dick, you're gonna send a copy of us on the.
Oh, yeah.
On the response. Very good.
Okay, thank you very much, you guys. And I would also like to go see that trail too whenever I might be in town this weekend. So if that's, just give me a holler too.
We were working up there on the 18th. You're welcome to come up on the 18th.
Yeah, and you can really see it.
Yeah, you really see all of it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So, just to clarify, the work on the 18th, Mr. Bratton, since the public hearing is not until the 20th, just to make sure that work does not.
We will not start any construction until after the public hearing.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's move on, you guys. At this time, we're gonna recess our regular meeting for another public hearing tonight. And that, so the meeting's recessed at 8:52 for a public hearing on a second reading and adoption of ordinance 02-14, 2014. And that's an ordinance establishing a code of ethics regarding conflict of interest for elected officials and employees of the town of Green Mountain Falls, Colorado. Mr.
So this is the ordinance that's been pushed through the initiative. It passed on first reading on April 15th, and this is the second reading of that. There are concerns in it, but part of the requirement to avoid a special election, which you work extremely hard to get out of, is that you adopt the initiative as written. There are provisions in there that are unclear, to say the least, and that are more restrictive than the state statute. For instance, 24-18-1053 requires a 6-month essential non-compete clause, for lack of a better term. This particular initiative provides for a 4-year non-compete. In a town your size, with the number of citizens you have, I am pretty confident the court would not view that very favorably, considering that all of the cases I've seen start out with non-compete clauses saying very clearly, the court doesn't like this. The court looks for every way to get out of it, and usually what they look at is duration. Here you would exceed it by essentially 8 times, and geographical scope. And as written, it is limitless. So it really wouldn't matter if you moved to the other side of the earth, you could still not contract with the town. So those are issues that I would suggest the board think about a future ordinance to remedy. The other issues I see are a lack of carve-outs for part-time employees, such as your lifeguards that come back year after year. Here, they would not be able to come back for 4 years, which seems poor. And I know some of the public works staff is seasonal, so seasonal and part-time, and especially as you move forward with new hiring for new employees, I suggest that becomes remedied sooner rather than later. And really the last comment on the initiative as written is there seems to be some ambiguity amongst the application of it. You cannot retroactively apply this. So in other words, if this passes on its second reading tonight, it becomes effective in 30 days. On that 31st day, if you an employee quit, that would affect them. However, if you had an employee quit on the 30th day, it would not affect them. So they actually have to be rehired and terminated at some point for this to affect them. So you cannot retroactively affect someone's ability to contract. Please don't do that. That will land us in federal court and be a bigger problem than we could really imagine. So I don't have immediate reservations with adopting this and passing this. I have future reservations, and I think they're all things we can address.
Okay, comments? Mr. Lemon?
I did the research on the 4 years and on the other documents that are similar throughout the state, and the consensus was the period of time of the elected official, and that's where the 4 years came from. Other towns have 10 years, but basically the 4-year was the consistent average of over 50 ordinances that I looked at. I realized that I knew about the 6 month. The federal government has 2-year bindings on people depending on where they stand in their hierarchy. So I'm not arguing with the town attorney, obviously he's far more educated than me, but where the numbers came from, I thought was important, and it wasn't just pick it out of the hat, throw it on a piece of paper.
Well, since he brought it up, I'm sure there are other jurisdictions that do that. I would say they are drastically different in size and scope. For instance, if you want a comparable, I'm actually reading directly from a Louisville ethics, city of Louisville, which is just outside Boulder. It's even still larger than you are. The senior partner at our firm is asked every other year to come and do an ethics presentation, reading directly from this. So Louisville itself actually has a 2-year limit, essentially. But the caveat with Louisville, and I would be willing to bet a lot of those other longer durations, are either size and scope. So you can't contract within, the center of the geographical area or the time. But the kicker on most of those is usually actually the language of the statute that says within 6 months following termination of his or her office or employment, and this is the important part, you cannot obtain employment in which the officer or ex-employee would take direct advantage, unavailable to others, of matters with which he is directly involved during his term of employment or office. So if you voted on the town hall project, and then you said, yeah, let's do it, and your term's up, then you come back and you bid on the town, this is what that's aimed at. The initiative is drafted very, very broadly. If the board wants to extend the deadline and the ability to contract that term, I would suggest you add that language to it. And that essentially it's anything that you got to vote on or you had an influence on pushing through. Our that same senior partner at our firm was asked to look at an ethics investigation of just such an case in Avon recently, with the building of I think it was a Sheraton or a Westin. And it was a board member who sat on the board and voted on it, and then his construction company bid on the project. That's a good example of the time to say, okay, maybe that might not be right. Now, if that particular board member didn't vote on it, accused himself, and made it clear, I want to be a trustee, we want to bid on this project, so I'm going to accuse myself and step out. That's how you make a very clear black and white picture of, I'm not using this, what this statute is aimed at, I'm not going to violate that. But again, if you're going to, as written, it's kind of a moot point, because you're adopting it as written. One of the fixing ordinances and language I would suggest would be to either add this language or reduce that term. Because you only have 400 people in town. If you start knocking people out of the pool from their abilities, that really does the exact opposite of what we just asked El Paso County to do, which is come help us, let's use our resources that are nearby. This does the exact opposite.
In any of your findings, did you see a separation of council members from employees as far as what regulations they had, or did they just lump them all together?
Not within the municipalities. We represent in the state statute, though, but that doesn't mean that they're not out there.
Okay. Well, it certainly sounds like we're in need of revision of this. Put it mildly.
Well, and I would suggest
But we need to adopt it as is.
But to avoid our main interest in avoiding the election and costing the town money for the election, we would go ahead and adopt this as is.
Yeah, my suggestion would be to, if the board wishes to adopt, pass this and adopt it on the second reading tonight, and then directs town staff to draft an ordinance that remedies and addresses, so that can get essentially be 30 days behind. You currently only have one town employee, and you'd be voting on your 5 ability to contract with the town. So your exposure would probably be limited at this point, seeing as you really don't have a whole lot of town staff. But I would suggest that it gets remedied as quickly as possible. And I can certainly provide options.
So how are the 6 lifeguards affected when they might come on the 10th of June? What's that time?
This particular ordinance will not be valid for 30 days. Even still, it cannot retroactively interfere with the ability of any individual's right to contract. So right now, anything that's happened in the past, whether they're employees, whether they're trustees, whatever it is, part-time, seasonal, doesn't matter. This won't apply until they get terminated after this is in effect.
So basically us.
So
Yeah. Us.
you're pigeonholed you 6.
Yeah.
That's essentially who it affects. My suggestion would be that you quickly remedy the ambiguities and the timing of it, which you could do it at your next meeting.
Okay.
So then that would be another 30 days from
Unless the board really felt that there were pressing issues in which you could adopt it as an emergency ordinance. So those are effective immediately. So theoretically, you could actually beat this one to the end. I don't know if the board would be able to find something that would point to an established need for it being an emergency ordinance. But that's certainly something I can advisable on as well.
Okay, we're in a public hearing. Are there comments from the public at all about this? Dick?
I think your intent was to create a policy by ordinance addressing concerns about contracting after termination. Your intent is in the ordinance. Town attorney suggests in order to avoid an election, you go ahead and pass it, with understanding that he will give you legal advice on how to remedy some of the concerns in there.
Right.
So I think your town attorney's giving you the right advice.
Okay.
Well, because actually, public hearing, the board was caught between a rock and a hard place. Because you were presented an initiative that you had to, is that wasn't your intent.
Right.
It was intent presented to you. And you had to vote on it as written.
In order to keep the election from happening, correct?
But the board agreed with the intent of the initiative, to the point that you wanted to pass an ordinance and you detailed the ordinance. So, even though the initiative came from the citizens, this board agreed with the intent of the initiative.
With advisement at that
Yes.
meeting
Yes.
from the town attorney that we needed further discussion.
So are there
I
any?
do have one follow-up. To the extent that the board would like to include the initiative committee, I would suggest doing that in drafting so that you don't have their initiative intent completely overrun. I don't think that this board would do that, but I have seen a lot of our city councils and town boards invite those people to come review it, get extra comments on it. Not, you know, at the end of the day, it's your decision, and then they can go back and do an initiative to fix what they want. You can go back and forth as many times as you like, but sometimes that costs more for the town to review those, for the town clerk to have more heartache over having to host a special election. It would be smart of the board to say, okay, well, these are the committee people. Do they have an idea on how to remedy these issues? If you'd like, I can provide something toward the beginning of this week that highlights those issues, and you can disseminate that to the committee chair people, and they can come back to you, and we can keep that in mind as we go forward. But you don't have to.
I think that's a good suggestion.
Matt, were you also saying or advising that according to the statutes and according to the research information, this initiative written as is and adopted as is highly likely to be taken before the courts, where it has a propensity as written?
I think there's a large likelihood that if you have a contractor who all of a sudden can't contract with the town on any of its projects, I mean, as an employee in any manner, that you're gonna find yourself before a judge if the town board decides to push this and to enforce it. That begs the question of, do you wanna have an ordinance on the books that you don't enforce? My suggestion would be no. My suggestion would be to address the issues in the ordinance, put an ordinance in front of the people, say this is what we think, and this is what we'd like to enforce.
Okay. Trustee Quinn, you were gonna say something?
So it's a tight spot.
It is a tight spot.
I think we would care to preserve the intent, even though it's obviously not something perfect. And I think taking the time to address Mr. Cobb's suggestions and also bring in some input from the committee that submitted it, and also the public would be helpful. We can get the ball rolling on that and have something for our next public meeting in order to implement the amendments. I think that's what I was hearing from that. Maybe that's the approach. Show the work.
Trustee Stevens.
I think that's a pragmatic approach. Go ahead and pass the ordinance tonight, and then we suggested follow-up ordinance to make some modifications, and then through the public process, hear from the public at large, but more specifically, invite the committee to participate
I agree.
Okay. Mr. Wood?
My question is, if you meet with the committee, is that under the sunshine law that it has to be an announced special meeting again, or?
I would suggest that rather than doing a specific meeting with the committee, if it's amenable, to have the committee participate in the public hearing and have dialogue about what we're proposing. And I think it's my intent to be amenable to what the committee's input is and not have yet another special meeting or something.
Yeah, if there's, it's my understanding there's 2 people signed on the initiative. Three people on it. I'm happy to provide the board my comments, like I said earlier this week, in fact, Mike, I can look at them tomorrow. Send the board, these are the highlighted areas I think, here's what I think are the remedies. If the board wants to direct me now, after sending that to you and getting a comment back individually, not to the whole board, back to me, absent someone saying, no, that's not what we think, don't go that way, let's wait for the hearing, then I would be glad to send it to the committee members and tell them, this is kind of what we think, and doing it back and forth with them. Prior to the hearing, so that we don't have a public hearing where you have parties that are here and here, that even if we're still here and here, and sorry for those of you, but my hands are getting closer. That even if we're just a little bit closer, that would reduce your already longer meetings. So
I would like to encourage us working on a draft ordinance rather than a memo about it, so that we're dealing with something concrete and can tweak what we're actually dealing with, and maybe perhaps even pass by the memo on it, but just draft an ordinance for our consideration that captures your thoughts, and that can be shared with the public, specifically the community as well, and we can deal with something concrete.
I think that's just fun.
You guys like that? Okay.
So there's another public hearing for the 20th,
2 public hearings.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
You didn't have anything to do this week. You got rid of your
So do we need a motion to, well, we need to adopt this.
It wasn't so that you could fill it up.
So I move to. Yeah, we have 2 committee, well, no, we have, 2 committee members right here. No, 1 committee member.
It is Mr. Lackman.
Mr. Lackman's here.
And Irving.
Right, so Mr. Lackman's here. So at this time, okay, so then we're at, any more comments or questions about that? And we'll get out of our public hearing at 9:15, back in a regular meeting. So board, we need to, a motion to adopt this ordinance
On second reading.
on the second reading and adoption. So, do I need to read this again? No? Okay. Just to save time, I'm going to read this.
I move that we pass it as written.
As written.
Hey, second.
Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, then the second part of that, we need to, task, I guess is the word, right? Task our attorney to write an ordinance, draft an ordinance, to, draft another ordinance with your,
With the fixing.
with the fixing, that's just addressing, addressing.
Perfect.
Okay, so, and then to share that with the committee members, right? Okay, so we need a motion for that? A consensus, that's good. Okay, moving right along, resolution 2413, which is a resolution designating and establishing authority for a representative for the new town hall project. If you will recall, we talked about this at our last meeting, and we now have that ordinance, right? Did we get a copy of that?
You have a resolution, I actually emailed it to you yesterday, I believe, maybe last time. This is,
That's,
Yes, so this reflects the changes the board asked be made. Starting with the owner's representative to be Trustee Stevens with backup to be Trustee Quinn. An individual non-expenditure, no cost, or other single transaction up to $2,500 in paragraph 2. Paragraph 3 to have the owner's rep update the board. Paragraph 4 to have the any single transaction over $2,500 brought to the board at a special or regular meeting. And any cumulative expenditure that exceeds 20% of the contingency fund will trigger all future boards, or all future expenditures to come before the board.
Okay, that looks good. Any comments from the board? Okay. Move to approve.
Move that we approve the resolution as read.
Okay, further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Mr. Croft, for doing that for us. Fixing that one.
Okay, Mayor, I think we actually skipped ordinance because we don't have enough on here. So I think we skipped number 12.
That's what you were doing.
Yeah, I think we skipped number 12, which is fine.
Okay.
So long as we go back.
Okay, there's another public hearing?
Do we have enough?
We have another public hearing. Okay, so at this time, we'll have another public hearing. So we'll recess from our regular meeting into another public hearing at 9:19. And that's a public hearing for a second reading and adoption of ordinance 303/2014, an ordinance rescinding the ordinance 0313. And 0313 was the the special election. The special
Town manager.
The town manager.
Yep.
That's what I was thinking, the town manager.
We're buttoning up the second half. We're gonna work our way. We've taken care of the first two ballot issues through the trustee recall issues. The third ballot issue was the town manager contract, and then a potential was the initiative. We already took care of that. So this is the final one, and then we'll go ahead and address the special election with ordinance or resolution 2014-15.
Okay.
So this one,
Which isn't on here.
no, this is not.
15.
15 is not on the agenda. 15 is one of the ones I added because we didn't have a long enough meeting.
Okay.
So, ordinance 03-214 was passed on first reading the 15th of April. After I went through and explained to the board that one way to get rid of one of the issues on your special election was to rescind the ordinance creating the town manager position. It passed on first reading. If it passes tonight and is adopted, that will effectively take care of your special election. So I can firmly say that I would suggest you do that. I'm pretty sure your question will tell you to go ahead and do that.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Oh, we're still in public hearing. We're in a public hearing. We need some
Just one,
coffee.
just a little bit. Just one.
Okay, so are there any comments about this from the public? Mr. Brecken, no. Okay, so we're out of public hearing at 9:21. Now we move. Trustee Stevens moved. There was a second. Trustee Butts. All those in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Okay, now we are moving to the new added agendas items, right?
Yeah, and Mayor, I apologize. I haven't made this meeting quite long enough, and we have a member trying to build a building right out there so you guys can move. And I will tell you, he's doing everything he can do to make sure that that happens, including talking with me at great length to get me up to speed. He attended your special meeting to get you guys up to speed. I can't say that I'm entirely up to speed yet, but that's through no fault of his. And I do know that there are certain contracts that he has. I feel horrible that he sat here
Right.
this far. I would suggest addressing new business to the extent that it is brought by Rob Seaver currently.
This is new business.
And do that quickly so that Rob can get out of here. I'll be here as long as you want. I think the public can do that, but I know he's got lots of work to do to make this nice building.
I'm gonna start out with one question. So the resolution passed authorizing owner's draft, that is Tyler now?
Right.
Okay, so
With a backup of.
with Chris's backup. And Matt, you distributed to the board?
I distributed that to the board, yes.
No, did you distribute the other things, the CSS?
So I did not, because I got them late and I worked to get all of the stuff I needed. But I will tell you that the things that he has for you are very standard, non-negotiable, and bind the town to pay utility bills when you use the utilities. But they're not gonna come out and hook you up with utilities if you don't sign something that says, after you hook us up, when we flip the lights on, we'll pay for it.
Can we negotiate that? Yeah.
You can go ahead and try. I'll try to give the Reader's Digest thing. There are 2 applications that should be in front of the board that.
Well, I think your clerk has them. These.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your clerk's gonna have to get up a lot tonight, so. Here we go.
I'll stand for that. You're familiar with this. As part of a construction project, basically, we have to apply to spring utilities for utility service. The scheduling issue here is obviously you can see that they're moving earth out there. At some point, we're going to do the trench and put in utilities. So one of these is an application for water meter sizing form. The other one is electric load data form for CSU. That just needs an authorized signature by the owner, or an affidavit authorizing you to submit on behalf. I would highly recommend that you sign as the owner, since I'm standing in front of you. What we will do with this, that's water. That's my plumbing engineer basically sizing the water, just 3/4 inch tap. Part of the form that we talked about before is there is a swap. We have an existing 3/4 inch tap on the existing town hall, or the old town hall. Utilities in the letter is, let us swap that rather than have to pay $14,000. You do need to sign that in multiple places. I have it tagged. We have to sign the irrigation part and saying we aren't going to have irrigation.
We're not.
You're not. Can't be zero escape. Or natural.
Don't have zero escape either. With a Z coordinate.
So yeah, zero escape.
Right here we could use,
But basically, you have about 5 places to sign. The second one is a electric load data form, which is a request again for power for our building. Once this is done, both these are, we will not be able to pull a building permit without these. CSU needs to be on board with us, so that's why we're kind of chomping a bit. This is just a copy of the permit application. That is not in certain cases for the managed record.
Am I signing?
I would say with the resolution, Tyler sign.
Yeah.
Hold on. Is there a dollar amount on that?
There's not a dollar amount.
Perfect.
Gotta be careful with the dollar amounts.
I did cross out the affidavit, because you don't need to sign that.
Is there any objection to that?
No. No.
It's not a
It's kind of unnecessary. I mean, either you do this or you don't have power. That's one of those things.
You want to work into the line?
Maybe one solo.
Interesting.
So this is power for the new building.
One is water,
Okay.
for watershed, one is power. I will be back
With Black Hills?
with Black Hills, CenturyLink, and Comcast as well. Right now, those do not affect our permits, so we deal with what affects our permit first. Then we'll come back later, probably a week or two, the rest. Those obligate you just for service, basically to paraphrase this, says, hey, I'm wire from the other property. I'm gonna ask you to set a transformer, a water meter at some point, a gas meter, whatever, and then I realized that be a contract, I'll send what you. So there's a lot of this is just contact.
You mean the town?
We're not Tyler, the town, so I'm just gonna.
Why do you think we have you?
So I would suggest with these documents, such as the one that you just said was for our records, that we use the town hall and the town clerk as the repository for
That is the address right now is 10605 unit. Whatever it is, A.
rather than relying on my inability to deal with hard copies.
What happens next? This goes with the site plan. It's an e-file to the utility company. The water takes about 3 to 4 days. Let's send engineering out here, verify the meter sets or the shut off valves in the street. Power will come out with a pole. Previous project manager and I have already met with both to confirm what we've got. So we have in essence to expedite the process. And this is also for your residents performance bond. These are all.
This is for our records.
Page, signature page, especially that one. It's not very
I don't want hard copies. I think digital.
They changed the signature page, so
This is a copy for our.
yes.
And then that's
Okay.
all.
And then we'll get those as well.
When I get the proof, we just send this to
Rob, do you have other copies that she needs to go on to the way? We all sorted out and make sure it's a copy.
That's your
In the interest of time. These are all kind of routine things that are coming out of our contract, the contract that was signed with the general contractor. Part of this I'm doing, kind of smooth the gap here because we were waiting for this. Most of these things in the future will go directly to Tyler. Obviously, the resolution authorizes that. Obviously, these are not direct monetary issues, they're just authorizations to move on behalf of the owner. The other thing I want to at least present, this week we have, based on the forum, I've released proposal request 1, which is to add the marshal scope of work bracket to the project. That is what this is, and that's just a copy, I'll give it to Chris. That's basically saying, as drawn in the bid documents. As you're aware from the previous discussion, there was a deduct for this. We're just adding that back in. It's just a contractual thing. That's me legally asking the contractor to put it in, and then the contractor responds to that with the change order request number 1, saying I've received this and that is what the cost is. Basically, I sign that and you sign that.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, the board has to sign because it's
Yeah.
$1,000.
Board, on
Sorry.
the change order, I would suggest that you discuss it, and to the extent that you approve, sign it and give it back to them so that the contractors don't start sending out requests without that. And since we have Tim standing here, I would suggest that you guys add that back in since that was part of the original proposal. And then it sounds like at least Rob and Tim have talked at great lengths and with good communication avenues for anything that needs to be tweaked within that. But that way you have your contractors going out, getting the right things bid and brought back so we can stay on time. He's worked extremely hard to keep you on time. And I think that you guys have done everything you can to keep that up, giving Tyler the authority to do that. He's here saying, I would take a look at that. I would suggest you look at it and certainly discuss that tonight.
Any reluctance to approving this change order tonight?
I have none.
I highly recommend it. The biggest issue that we're having right now is people are submitting shop signals to me without that in there.
Without
that
this?
order. without the police station in there, so that means I get 2 civils. I got a HVAC today, so I have 2 mechanical units, one's missing, so I'm good with it.
I move
That
that we
saves me
approve
time.
this.
For the original,
Mhm.
thing, yeah,
This is
I
pretty much
second.
as discussed in the forum.
right. Okay, my second, okay. Discussions, okay, all those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And for
Point-
clarity,
point
we
of
better
truth.
to decide when we change it. Because I don't want to hit my cap.
Should I say mayor? Should I just say mayor?
Mayor is fine.
I mean, like, just write mayor?
Matt, you're aware of this, that it's a change order request, and then there's a change order.
Yeah, so now,
There's 2 things.
so now, board, you've essentially given him, hold on, don't say how many. So you've said for him to disseminate and say, we're putting this back in. They haven't anticipated that and already given you the second half of that. Like I said, he's working extremely hard to keep this project on time and under budget, which he's successfully done right now. So this is the second part of that equation.
That legally changes the contract to $537,000 at the bottom line.
Does that make sense, everyone? There's 2 things. There's a request for change order.
And this
Then-
actually does.
That's right.
This is kind of the legal volley here, but it's a nice paper trail. Covers me,
Right.
covers you.
And that's why you've been designated owner for it.
Yeah.
In the future, if it's less than 2,500, it's like a boom, boom, boom.
Right.
Here.
Right.
I move that we sign this one.
31,063. Okay, so.
And that's basically.
Hold on, you have a motion? You need a second.
Second,
second.
okay, any discussion? Do you want to see this?
Please at least glance at it.
Yeah.
It does match the budget that I went over at length in the forum. And we had that kind of line in there, and we got into discussion more of specifics of what's in and what's not. And there were 3 things that the marshal had mentioned that are not.
Okay, all those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay,
Thank you,
So
Mark.
the vote was first on a request for a change order,
This is
and
for
then
the change order.
for change order with that amount.
We're doing this to confuse the court.
Like I said, we got rid of the special elections, now it's just those big.
So we approve
We'll check.
the titles will help.
yeah, this is the change order,
Request for.
this is request.
And that's the
Change.
change.
Often happens, you have multiple requests and the change order is signature. In this case, we just get this moved. One other question, the Kumar contract that.
I'll walk them through that. I would suggest anything else that you have that is pending, or anything to be foreshadowed to the board.
That's the most
Coming
pressing
up in the next
thing.
2 weeks.
I'll give you a quick update, I'll give everyone a quick update. Building permit submittal went in. Excellent partnership with the building department on this one. Obviously, they have $50,000 in the project. I won't say, I will, I'll say that the drawings are fairly well done. So at this point in time, we've got, I'm gonna just say that. As they are. We have gotten through, I can remember, right, we've gone through enumeration, floodplain administration, their NAs, because we're not in floodplain, which is the biggest thing that we've done in this project is get this land. We have moved through construction, we do have a disapproval there, it's over a door. That basically, I can go back through his walkthrough, that's what I was talking to Mr. Bradley about, it's in his project. I will say that even with this change order that we just signed, I didn't change drawings. We had a bid, we had an election. I said, you know what, I'm gonna hold back the permit thing. So obviously, that made this PR change order thing real good, and that's also why we're disapproved on something that we just signed as a change order. We are approved through plumbing, electrical, city planning and zoning. Met with Steve Murphy yesterday, we're approved through fire. So that means at this point we have CSU, which is gonna start tomorrow, because we just signed these things, and we have county health, which is our septic tank. Mechanical is a disapproved, it's like a typo. Again, that's a 15-minute walkthrough. Best estimate here, talking with Brian English at Water, is once we get the east middle in, they send engineering up here, it's about 3 or 4 days-ish. Power is probably a little bit longer depending upon who the reviewer is, about a week or so. Once it comes out, I'm going to kind of simultaneously go to county health on this for septic. So about 10 days or so, we should have a permit. What I'm trying to do, those guys are doing their best to race me over there and get to a point, because ultimately we can go pretty far until we get to a foundation inspection, and we need a building permit to do that. So we're allowed to do this. I will throw out he's not here anymore. I will throw out kudos to the fire department. Steve Murphy and Jeff Eidelman worked with me yesterday to get this through, and kind of a meeting. They're familiar with the project. We talked to them. Also, Tyler's aware today that we did have, with the site operations and getting warmer, dewatering issues. CSU refused to let us use the hydrant. The fire chief has overruled that and allowed us to use that fire hydrant. He basically said if there's a fire, disconnect from the hydrant and let us connect our equipment to it. So we've got excellent community participation in this process. So that's the quick synopsis on the project itself. Everything is on schedule at this point, and it's looking good at this time. If you look out there, the staking is complete. You can kind of begin to see the edge of the parking lot, things like that, although it's going with that track will come down. The things that you can anticipate are what I just said. I will be working with Black Hills. We'll have a similar application with them for natural gas. CenturyLink as well for phone. And then I'm not sure what the county septic at this point, if they're gonna let me do like a permit, they'll just let me do it as the design professional or not, but if not, I'll talk to Tyler about that. Again, it's just an authorization to submit. And one other, I'm gonna ask a stupid question now. Chris can answer this probably. Your ISP, is it through Comcast? Or the telephone company? Internet service provider, sorry. So we'll have a similar thing with Comcast. The goal here is that our trench that has power will have a number of other things in it, like telephone and cable television. Say what? That misses the water line, right? Yeah, we've got it very carefully orchestrated at this point. But those are the things in the near term. I want to get those done, so again, I'm not holding the excavator up on the site. So that's probably not an all-inclusive list. I'm just kind of going real quick off the sticky note here. I will make sure that Ken Murphy, who's due to appear on the 20th, the next meeting, he's been in conversation with all his meetings at this point on, but that he, I passed the time to him. At this point, I just want to ensure that the first phase of this project is going smoothly. It's interesting, Bill Contractor 101, they're setting out 16 different contracts based on what we did, so we've got a little microcosmic economic stimulus going here. I'm doing the same thing with all the administrative people, trying to make sure that the 12 some reviewers that are seeing this are getting all the information they need to go with this without holding up those people out there. So I think we're doing well. I do want to just ask some quick questions. I did send an email that was kind of some action items here. Where does the board stand on some of those conversations with DOLA among them?
Had a reverse question for you regarding that same thing.
There's a couple of DOLA questions actually.
Yeah, about the matching funds, $50,000 versus the $104,000. Right. Chris and I have been having pretty frequent meetings trying to get the head wrapped around the budget thing, and our understanding was that the $50,000 was payment in full. That dirt work was going to be payment in full. That there wasn't additional $54,000 that we needed to come up
That
with.
was incorrect.
Oh, the
Because
50 is the contract. We have two issues. We have a contract that was signed with the excavator for $50,000. That was budgeted, at least when I saw the budget in December. It's $50,000. It's out of Public Works. Right? Is that correct? The contract with DOLA represents $100,400 in matching. We have a discrepancy there. That was a hard one in the last meeting because we were 4 hours into the meeting. Right. I'll apologize for that. But
Now
that,
we're like 3, so we're good.
yeah, and I apologize to everybody else for that too, but the fact of the matter is, my biggest concern in that first meeting was that discrepancy exists. It isn't that the money that's been provided through the 4 sources here doesn't cover the project. 537,000, we have a little bit of extra money here, a little bit at this minute. The issue is more the contract rectified with DOLA at the end of the day, which is about 4.5 months. That is something that I was talking about. That's the biggest issue for the board to deal with.
But I know the 54 can be.
50,400. I misspoke. It's a little bit less.
That's our matching part.
That's your matching.
That's what's missing.
That's
So that's-
54,000.
No, 50,400.
50,000.
Now I can work, it's 50,000.
Now, the issue here is kind of odd, because when the town was gonna do it, that's based on a very specific budget of materials, equipment, and people. So this actually represents the fact that we have a pretty good deal. We've actually saved money here, but it's created a problem with our DOLA contract. So it's a complex issue, and I don't want to waste a ton of time on this. I'll certainly talk about it some more if we can schedule time in about 3.5 hours or something. But that's the biggest issue you have. The other issue is obviously what we mentioned in the forum, like this change order where precious little on contingency. So again, I'll be the advocate, probably the person that's going to say we can't afford this, we can't afford this, we can't afford this, until we get to a certain point, which is when all the contractors are there, we're out of the ground, we have that money, then it turns to use it or lose it. But right now, we're going to religiously hold on to this thing just in case something unforeseen happens. We aren't anticipating anything. We planned a lot, but there's no guarantees. But at some point, about 3 months into this, if we have that money in place, then we're going to say, okay, there are some three things that the marshal mentioned, there's some things that I've mentioned. Those things we'll have to prioritize as a group here. Probably won't have enough money to do all those things, but at that point, we'll get back and say, okay, how do we want to spend this, knowing that we're probably going to, if we don't spend it, it goes to the state. State wants us to, that's their intent for us to use it. So that's just some general concepts on this. I feel pretty comfortable with where we are right now. Budget-wise, yeah, I wish we had 30,000 more, but that gets back to the DOLA question. Can we transfer that 8,000 that we didn't spend on the site into the building budget? They seemed to indicate, Mr. Thompson seemed to indicate that was a possibility. The other DOLA question is the responsible administrator that's on the contract right now, that's listed as a former employee. That person probably would also be the project or other rep. That is the email received from the state. I'm happy that they have confidence in me, but my responsibility is looking at the expenses in that construction site out there and not how your income is flowing in. So that's really an owner. The person, the state prefers that be an employer. That is something we need to talk about, Rob, with Mr. Thompson.
Okay.
Or Clay Brown also is in that loop.
Yeah.
That's just a name change on the contract, and then you oversee, in this case, the clerk, who knows how I'm speaking on Chris's behalf, who knows what the draw applications are, the monthly reporting, the quarterly reporting is. And I'm familiar with it because I've read the contract, but really that's on the other side.
I think my impression is we're a meeting or two away from not this board.
That's not critical unless something happens.
Some other people get those things ironed out.
And there's a bunch of other suggestions there that we're just, in essence, adjusting some things in the budget to try to get money where we get the contingency. So if those things in that email to the board, we can get all that, then we'll be a lot more comfortable. We're at, about 35,000 at that point, and that's not including what you just saw, that's cash, allocated cash. So I just wanted to clarify that a little bit more, because in essence, we are in budget right now. Obviously, like any other budget, some things are high, some things are low, but we still have, being we're in budget, we have cash if something happens.
Yeah, board, I want to make that clear, because it seems like I know for sure I've heard rumblings that this project's over budget. And that, you know, Ford is just building this monstrosity over there and dumping tons of money. So I wanna make it clear that A, this project is on time, and that is in large part due to your architect working extremely hard. And B, that this project is on budget, which means you have a contingency, so you do have money, and like he said, again, he didn't say this, but I'm saying this, it's because he has religiously guarded that contingency. And that may change, but your project, your precipice that you pass for the next, as far as I can see, is on time and in budget. And that leads to the other thing is that this board may want to start working toward publicizing those facts and that this is coming. I don't know if you want to do a groundbreaking ceremony or something like that, but the negative undertow of a new board has, you know, you guys said it when you sat down, we're moving forward. So move forward and start pointing toward your beautiful building that you're gonna have, you know? And you're gonna have it because Rob's worked his butt off to do it. And frankly, he's done it twice because he prepped the old board and now he's prepped you guys. So it's back on you now and it's less on him. It's on you guys to make sure that gets out, word gets out, this is on time and it is under budget. And we don't have a ton of money, you know, in contingency, but we do have contingency. And those are the key factors.
So if we didn't have contingency, there'd be no need for Mr. Stevens here. It would be a board level discussion. Okay,
We could give him
what
another
the budget does this come from? The town budget, not the project budget. So right now, this minute we're good. Trying to think if there's anything else.
I did have one question about that, because you mentioned it and you reiterated that, so that 31,000 didn't just come from contingency, but.
It did. It did.
So it did.
You had
So
about
there's-
50,000 in
You had about 50, now you're down to about 30.
Now we're down to
You're less
13.
than 20, actually, because we
Yeah.
had 50, there's some dates here.
Okay, I just wanna
We had
make
about
sure.
50 when we got the bids in, obviously, before there was staff departures, I met with staff to go over the last penny. So where's the money coming from, who did what? No one made any mistakes here, it's just a matter of me getting stuff in the right column when that happened. Part of what came up was that DOLA, that 8,000 from DOLA, you know what, we spent that money before the contract was set in February. We were guilty of being preemptive, which normally I'm one of those people, this is one of those things where we have money, but because of the contract language, we couldn't spend it, so that's why I think the state will move it. But that's also why right at this minute, we're more like a 10 or 12 number, and we've got to shift that contract. Certainly, there's other areas in the budget that we went over before, there are little bits and pieces here and there, but they all add up.
No, that was where I was thinking when we signed it off, and I was cringing at the large dollar value, but.
But I will say that I'm immensely proud of this thing. I think it's come along very nicely, despite a number of fun issues. And it's just one of these things where, you know, I meet with Steve Murphy and, you know, we've got good community participation, the building department's the same way. That's really makes me proud at that point. People aren't developing opinions, they're just sitting here and saying, what can we do to help you get this job done? So I will just reiterate, something that's we've been an excellent contractor, they've been really good about this. They're pet greens. Yeah, they've just really picked up the pace we're
So,
trying to do.
Rob and Board, when does the shortfall in the DOLA matching funds, with the dirt that's stocked and for that project, when does that start getting assessed and then?
Well, there's some issues I'm hearing about, and I have to say I'm hearing about them this way, but they have not officially come through the channel of communication to me about the dirt that the town has specifically. I'm gonna let the subcontractor work with the general on that, let this guy stew on that for a minute, and then we'll see if it comes to me. Like today's discussion with the fire hydrant was, okay, if we can't get water, then it's gonna be a change order. You get on the phone and you figure out a way to get water up there. So crisis averted. That's kind of me stepping in. There's some other issues where I'm gonna let the contractors stew on this a little bit because they have very specific agreements that they made. So if they're making claims differently, then they're gonna have to substantiate that to us. That'd be me to you. Before we aren't just gonna bend over and So we aren't just gonna acquiesce, pardon me, we aren't just gonna acquiesce to these things because you've got a staunch applicant on your side here. So what I will do for you, just to reiterate from this point on, is Tim Murphy will kind of attend these meetings unless it's something that he's kind of a little bit efficient on, I'm not coming back him up. Contractor, I'm gonna try to keep them on the site and away from board and public meetings, not that they're great guys.
Sure.
But my involvement here is just ensuring that these day-to-day, some of these questions are answered with Ken Murphy. He's going to assist me on this. And then shop drawing reviews. Like I said, we've got 3 sets in right now. There'll be shop drawings for every little flexible thing in the building that's been spec. That's what I'm doing, make sure that we've got the right doors, we've got the right air conditioning units, whatever it is that comes in. Me and my engineering team does that. So that's all part of the construction phase contract. And then I'll try to stay out of the way after that.
Okay, what about a groundbreaking thing? I think that would be something we need to do. I think it'd be great for our community.
Can I put someone on the spot?
Yes.
Emily?
I was
We
waiting
talked a
until
little bit
public
about
input, but I have a letter and I'll give you copies, but I'm just gonna read it. It's pretty brief.
Okay.
Just first, the chamber would like to extend our congratulations on your election to serve the town of Green Mountain Falls. I'm writing this letter regarding a suggestion that was brought forth by several members of the community for a town picnic. The UPass Triangle Chamber of Commerce believes that a community picnic would be in the best interest of this town given the recent divisiveness. The community picnic is a great idea to help bring the community together and begin the healing process. While the chamber would like to suggest this event, due to the extensive list of community events that we're producing this year, we do not have the resources to head up this initiative. However, if there are volunteers from within the community that are willing to plan and organize the event, the chamber will provide both financial support and resources in support of the community picnic. The chamber has authorized up to $300 to help with the purchase of supplies for the picnic. In addition, we are willing to lend the use of tables, chairs, and pop-up tents that we have in our Bronx Day storage unit. We would also promote the community picnic via email to the chamber members, through our Facebook page, and by placing it on the community events calendar. I would ask that the Board of Trustees help with the recruiting of volunteers to organize this event and publicly support the event. Thank you for thinking about this. And one of the things that I kind of bumped into Rob at the post office and we chatted about was if, there was a way to have the groundbreaking ceremony and then follow that up with a community picnic celebration. It's just a great way to celebrate the achievements that, you guys are accomplishing with the building of this town hall, and then have everyone kind of have fun together and really bring the community back together. So, if that could be
It's a good link.
arranged.
Town government, community, individual citizens, and the business community. And then, certainly, I'm one of those people that likes a speech in front of a large piece of equipment, a backdrop.
Probably by the executive head of the town.
Yeah.
And, that's a great way. Certainly, that's more than a press release. That's calling up news media and getting people up here, doing a nice speech, introducing people. And then it also gives a segue into the Chamber of Commerce and some other things.
And board, not to take anything from your chamber who put this on, but our firm will match anything that they expend to encourage you to do that. So whatever they
Well, high five to the lawyer.
I'll go a little bit further. I think we get up my team as well as the general contractor, see if we can get some people to participate in that fashion too. I think that usually is, hey, can we get some signage, just a little thing like that, it's certainly a marketing opportunity, but it also helps pay for a party. So we're looking at party sources without budget.
Right.
The additional community that I think is missing from our conversation is, in addition to the folks here and the folks involved directly in the project, but also our regional partners, whether it be the county, the RPB, even our neighboring community. Really, what I'm thinking about is this year the typical folks that we've invited in for the pig roast, we invite in for this kind of event and really celebrate our regional partnerships.
At the very least, we have to have one representative from 3 major funding sources here. that's an absolute profile. You don't use that. Yeah, exactly.
My question is, do we take a shovel of dirt away, or do we bring a shovel of dirt?
We need to bring a shovel of dirt in.
Yeah, okay, all right, I'm quite clear.
But that's, I wanted to kind of get off the monetary and negative stuff and say, you know, this is an opportunity for a town. There are two opportunities in a project of this nature. One is groundbreaking and one is grand opening,
Right.
which is where we all stand.
So we need to look at dates, and especially with your schedule.
Rob, are there any
Um,
constraints from the
what are we
contractor for us to be out there?
I would say right in one of
You kind of do it kind of like we did in the last meeting with the position the front end loader a certain way. You can go out on the dirt a little bit, but I generally don't recommend from
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
and the parking lot, which is just a kind of another reminder that we do have issues with that. The contractor will be getting the trailer and see what's going on that site. So you deal with that.
This would be sooner than later.
Oh, this should be
This
as
should
soon
be
as possible.
Yeah, this should be a community come together thing sooner than later, is what I think.
I'll leave that to you.
No, that's.
While they party plan, can we go back to money for a second?
Yeah.
So, sorry to be a buzzkill. So to do is get in touch with Rob Thompson and find matching. Is there anything else that?
Yeah, I mean, the specific goal is two things. The name on the contract switches. And actually, because they had listed, they were suggesting me. I'm like,
That needs to be Tyler.
I think it should be Tyler because then you're the same
Person.
control point for the board. The other part is to get that HR transferred to the contract. These are both just change the name, change the money to the other pot.
You're gonna talk to him about that.
Can I get his information from you?
And then the other action items were to cross-check with CIRSA. Interestingly enough, with CIRSA, you know, you just have to ask. And it's, sometimes you're gonna hold the line and kind of religiously, and there's other times when I've gotten indications in certain areas that there may be opportunities. We just need to kind of push on that. And then the other one is the discussion I've had with Tim Bradley a little bit, was with the county, especially as it relates to presence in that police station. Just to follow up on conversations that have occurred, I definitely, and it was reiterated tonight before this meeting that county would like a desk there. I think that we need to pursue that for everything we can get. If they want a desk, then I think county's probably willing to come in with a little bit of money, not a ton, but every little bit helps. So I'm kind of one of those people that kind of just bulldogs and gets it everywhere we can get. But those are the main things, is just get that money shored up, and I want to continue to work with you, even though I'm kind of handing this budget off to you, because ultimately, me and the project manager best advise you when you know exactly how much money is there on these things. So that's.
Yeah, we're getting much closer. Chris and I have been working, and we've got another meeting scheduled for Thursday, so we're good to go.
Those budgets you have all the amendments.
Yeah, so as of this afternoon, she gave us a bunch of information. So hopefully, as we go through that.
And I guess I should probably make just a point, since we're patting people on the back, that Chris has been absolutely instrumental in helping us through this project. She's an integral part of this thing. She does not get kudos very often. I think, you know, your job is one of those where you get all the negatives, but you've been there as part of the team, and I'm glad you're still here. I really appreciate what you do.
She wanted to make sure that was on tape.
Yeah, thank you, Chris.
But Chris is kind of like me. She tells us when we don't have money.
Okay, so.
Other questions?
Who is contacting CIRSA? Will you contact, do you want me to contact CIRSA?
Yes.
You want me to contact CIRSA?
I think what might be best is to, and probably our town attorney's advice on this, but maybe have a special meeting such that the three of us could attend a meeting or a couple meetings, one with CIRSA and one with DOLA, to get up to speed and really get understood as to where we are right now, figure out what we might be missing, and try to get that going in the next
posted.
The other resource on that is actually Ken Murphy.
I was gonna say, is it Ken or Tammy that we talked about?
Well, Ken's our project manager, and Ken works for them, and Ken has, based on his experience, I think he has.
Go-
the right to
Go
go
through Ken, yeah, go through Ken, don't, Tammy won't help you on that.
Yeah, because
If-
Ken can help you present the case, because he's there.
Yeah. If you can, I would have just 2 trustees go, because if you have 3 and you post it as a public meeting, the public can come. Sometimes that's helpful, sometimes that's not.
You don't want to
So,
overwhelm them though, either.
yeah, it might be better if you just pick 2, even if they're not the same 2, but at least one of them going each, so
So you guys-
delegate.
You guys know more about the money than me. So you guys go. Okay. Yes, Ann.
Yeah, I just have a comment. You know, some of us, 2 wildlife rehabilitators, my vet, and a group of Green Mountain Falls citizens love these little prairie dogs. They've been here 150 years. This is their habitat. And one of the wildlife women I talked to said these were the Gunnisons. Now, I'm not sure all the prairie dogs in 8 states are 99% extinct because of extermination and building and everything. My only thought is that there are a group of people, if when they're digging the hole for the building, they find any nests of baby prairie dogs or any injured as they go along, that there are people who can come and pick them up and actually replace them, take them somewhere else. I was thinking, maybe Dewey Mountain, no? No. But, you know, we do have a group, or if they run into any get injured, we'll be able to take them.
So is
there
there
are quite a
contact
few people.
information or something that we can?
Yeah,
ask
and
for?
you can, take my name and number, and then Terry at my vets is going to, help.
And then
She's
we
very
can call
concerned
you.
about it.
We
Yeah,
can call you
yeah.
if they came across them.
If they came
And you
across,
can
and
handle
I did mention that to one of Mark's men out here, and he said he totally loves animals, and they can't see from their heights up there,
Right.
but they can, if they
Well,
run
yeah.
into any.
I
So,
do think
we'll
that
all work
Mr.
together.
Lamb is making every attempt he can to do this. Obviously, we're moving dirt and stuff. They're trying to do everything they can to protect the animals that are there. I would remind everyone, though, that those guys can't see the prairie dogs, they can't see people behind that big equipment, and
Yeah.
there's significant liability. So
Or
just
I'm
to
gonna-
weigh the safety a little bit.
Yeah.
The contractor will try to do the best they can though, and just to be cognizant that we
Oh,
don't want any
that's
people injured either.
wonderful that he,
They're aware of
to
it,
do that.
so.
Yeah.
I'm
So
gonna
we'll
echo
all
that.
get along.
I'm gonna echo that comment and reiterate that SRSA is so concerned about this building site being a closed site and yet still not fencing it, that they've offered to fence it for free.
That's one of those
So,
things where I said if you push sometimes.
This is essentially your duty to go out there and tell everyone, don't walk on site. Even if
We haven't had
they're
trouble
not-
though, have we?
it doesn't matter if you have trouble, just keep reiterating that even if they're not working there and they're not moving the equipment, that doesn't mean they won't be there and fire something up and not see someone. If that happens, I can guarantee you, SRSA is gonna, they're not gonna look for reasons to help us. B, they'll fence it in, and then you have that to look at for the next 5 months while this is built. I don't think you wanna look at a chain link fence. But the trade-off then is that it's really gotta be a closed construction site, even when the contractors aren't there. There's gonna be an opening, this building will get built, people are working extremely hard to do that. People going on the site right now is just gonna cause problems for the town, be it through our insurance company, through a general contractor, through whatever, so it's certainly on you guys to get the word out there that this is a closed construction site, 24/7, 365, until it's done and open.
One thing I would point out, we are going into children who are not going to be in school. And piles of dirt with big equipment just looks really attractive and fun. And the moment you start saying, don't go there, they're gonna wanna go there. Joylanders have not been over there, our kids, you know, after church and that kind of thing. But I do know that, you know, if I were to point it out that they're not supposed to go over there, there's a group out there. So it's just something to think about.
How do you think I got into architecture?
Yeah. You know, with school getting out, you know, there's just gonna be people that are gonna do that. And we have had in our parking lot, just people who are like riding through the town. They stop and they go down to our river and they take a hike up to look and see what's going on. So it's something to consider if Sarissa is willing to do it for free. But I know it's gonna be ugly.
Well, and I think all of us just being vigilant, and if you see people, just, hey,
Well,
please
that was
don't.
the comment during the
Yeah.
forum, is we're eyes on the
Just-
street, the church is
Yeah.
really good,
Yeah.
a big eye,
Yeah.
but just make sure
I
we're
think
all.
we're all,
And I'm talking about children, but I'm also talking about vandalism and other things, because that costs us insurance claims and time. There
And the
will
other thing
be,
is, if the fence goes up, it hinders that equipment moving around in there.
Yeah.
So it gives them less
so
flexibility.
let's
so we're
try
kind of
not to have
monitoring
that.
that just to see.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is there will be a trailer and the superintendent Fred Green will be up here. Right now, we're just waiting for him to get back from St. Louis on vacation. So there will be more GC staff on there, which can politely come direct and keep an eye on things as well. But night times we're on.
Additionally, I think with the groundbreaking ceremony, that's a great opportunity to advertise that message very clearly.
Because on the groundbreaking, we'll probably be standing kind of where we were last, during
Yeah.
the tour, right at the edge, looking in.
Well,
The Joyland part.
And we'll have to politely ask the church to
Yeah.
use their parking lot.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking the groundbreaking ceremony, I was thinking the announcement thereof.
Okay.
So there's a press release that says, although we're excited about this, and we're going to do groundbreaking, please be aware this is a closed construction site. We're holding off from fencing because we trust that people will make correct decisions.
Yeah.
And just for the public, there was another discussion in the previous meeting about counties' cars out there, and their vigilance has been very good in this thing. That's just a deterrent when you have these cars sitting out there to a point.
It's good.
And then there'll be some signs and that stuff too.
Okay, so thank you so much for everything. I'm excited.
More than you wanted to know,
Yeah,
probably.
the community picnic thing, we need to revisit. Guys, can we think of a date so we can get going with this, or do we want to wait until May 20th
No, we need
to discuss it?
we need
No,
to-
we need to get it.
Let's
So
say
what is your schedule
next weekend
next
would
week?
be prudent because it seems to align with the permit issuance.
I hate to,
Next weekend is Memorial Day.
I hate to make a commitment.
Well, this coming
No,
weekend,
next week, not
the
this
following
weekend.
weekend,
17th, 18th.
17th and 18th on a Saturday. Vicki?
Saturday, I don't believe there is anything. I will check our calendar.
I'm gonna be out of town and
She's gone. For sure.
I think that's really pushing it. I would suggest going towards maybe the first weekend in June or something like that, because
You've
you
got to
got,
recruit citizens to.
yeah, you want the word to get out, you want citizen involvement, you want it to be after Memorial Day, because Memorial Day is when, kind of the benchmark of when schools are let out, and your summer residents are going to start coming back then. So you want it at a time when they're going to feel like they're being included as well, so.
31st, you meant?
That's Memorial.
That's Memorial.
No, the Memorial Day is the weekend before, the 26th.
Or the 7th.
Don't go into the second week.
Yeah, that Monday.
Because their schools get out a little bit later.
What about the 7th?
Oh,
Kansas,
summer.
Oklahoma, Texas, they start
That's
going
doable.
She said it wants to
of June.
June.
Second week of June.
So if they come the
That's
second week, the 14th would be. When will there be something?
At that point, you will have a foundation to look at.
Do we want to do
Still
the
be yellow
groundbreaking?
equipment out there?
What do you want to do the groundbreaking with the foundation there? Do you think that's okay?
I mean,
Yeah, it can
it's pretty hard to say we're going back now once you have a foundation.
So what's the difference between the 7th and the 14th?
The 14th is Flag Day,
Flag
very
Day.
government oriented, my birthday, but besides the point.
Tyler,
Well,
would the dignitaries need that lead time to clear their calendars to actually come?
To some degree, I mean, I think that.
So either the 7th or the 14th. Can I get back with you guys on what weekend we have open?
Okay.
And it's Saturday? I really don't.
Probably
know.
Saturday.
Yeah, it's just a Saturday.
Um,
Saturday.
Okay, so a Saturday, and then,
7th or the 14th.
Right. So as soon as you get back with me, then I'll put the word out. And then I guess look for people to help committee.
And then the other thing too is to make sure there's something going on in the park on those days. Because if you're gonna have a community picnic, I would suggest having that at Gazebo Lake Park, not in the parking lot of Twin.
Right.
So that would be also making sure the calendar is.
You don't want to clean it.
Right. Chris, can you check those down?
I don't know if you need to call it groundbreaking.
A groundbreaking ceremony?
Probably maybe call it something.
What do we call it?
It's not really.
A groundbreaking. Community
I've seen
gathering.
when we broke ground for Audubon, they have a whole dug in the foundation, there's dirt everywhere.
And it's called a groundbreaking?
Yeah.
I think it's groundbreaking.
It's a celebration.
Celebration.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then you could have a new town hall celebration at the end. And it would be grand.
I'm just gonna throw this out to you guys. When Andrew Womack did his, they had the big, I don't know what you call it, the big digger thing.
Earth mover.
What is that? Earth mover, yeah. And he actually kind of talked from that. And then he got in the truck and started it and dug the dirt up. But they did have, this whole hard cap on. This whole platform done. So, you know.
I can ask Tammy.
If you can get this, you can ask.
And honestly, Andrew just like 2 lessons to do it. That was it. He didn't.
Generally, from a safety standpoint, you put the track over there and you stand there with the silver shovels and find no one gets on you.
And that's another one.
Remember that caveat at the bottom? Not
It can be,
heavy, what was I saying? I think those things weigh like 84,000 pounds, so.
Okay, well,
So the 14th is
I can
full,
honk the horn.
The 14th.
The 14th is booked.
full weddings, and on the 7th, there's, right now, we could close it down, there's a wedding in the evening.
What about the 21st?
We do it during the middle of the day.
What's the 21st?
That's Green Mountain.
Yeah, that's good for us.
That's when you're gonna have all the swings on the 21st.
Yeah.
I don't want to compete.
No. So the 7th, let's do the 7th. Let's do the 7th.
Yeah, what time is that wedding?
7th.
Yeah, what's,
Yeah, wedding
Yeah.
only at night, we should be done. Only one wedding at night.
what,
We do the groundbreaking at 11.
6:30 wedding? There's a 6:30.
Barbecue from
6:30
wedding on the 7th.
Oh, yeah.
We'd be way done.
I think,
Yeah,
if you do it, the groundbreaking at 11 and then have folks go over to the park for the picnic, I would assume it would be done by 2 or 3.
Yeah. Okay, Chris, so groundbreaking at 11, and then picnic, community picnic. Till 3.
12 to 3.
It's already nice. Clean, again, I cleaned up and everything. Okay. So will you be in town, 7th?
Yes, I'll be here.
Okay. Okay. Do you just want to double check to make sure?
Yeah, and I'll
Get back?
Yeah.
Okay. So I won't say anything until I hear back from you, the 7th. Okay,
Thank you all.
thank you.
Once upon a time, sorry.
Yes.
So let's talk about money.
Well, to that end,
You can't just.
we tried to
Give this
be,
camera to
the
double
James was clear that they willing to help, but we need to get some community folks to spearhead this. Now, this board has been with at this point to put this together, but we certainly can participate and help, but we do need
We
some
need
community
people
folks to
helping.
nail down the details.
Like music, whatever, yeah. I think we'll be able to do that. I think we
So
can.
you're gonna get some,
Yes, I'll help,
use your plan.
yes, I'll help organize. Our teenagers can help us too, right?
We'll get Sarsa, she
Oh,
can.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, you are the press releaser, so you're going to be in charge of talking to the networks
Right, so I wanna,
and the papers.
right, so I want
Once we
to,
first-
Yeah.
Coordinate.
yes, I want to coordinate to make sure that what I need to say.
If they send us $1, I would send them.
Coordinate
All
the
of
papers.
the regional people.
Have a list, okay.
Well, does this count as rural matching funds, because this is a safety thing we're looking at?
I don't know.
It's very creative.
Okay, we need to move on. Okay, there's the Kumar contract.
So I think, is that everything that you had other than the Kumar contract?
Yeah.
Mr. Ellis is so tired. Just.
So the Kumar contract, essentially all I need from the, I can do this one quicker. So essentially, all I need from the board is you guys to recognize that I sent them in writing something that requests the waiver, which will add $250 to the 5180 estimate that they'll bill us. They're not gonna send us a new bill, they'll just send us a final bill that includes that. I have highlighted this copy, but after the meeting, I would assume, or tomorrow, we can have you sign it. So I would suggest the board entertain a motion to authorize the mayor to enter into this contract for materials testing and inspection with Kumar and Associates with the additional $250 waiver of liability in addition to 5180.
And they've seen that then? They have seen that addition?
Yes, I sent them an email requesting it, and I received a response from Brandon Barker.
So they're okay with that?
Recognizing that. In fact, just so you know, again, going back to the general contractors that he's found that have been a breeze to work with and have done everything with that, these guys said, oh, well, you didn't really need to ask us that. If you just wanted it, you could have told us that later. So.
Okay.
I tend to err on the side of law, but it's nice to know that they would have done it that way.
Okay. So,
I move to approve. I'll second.
okay, any further discussion? All those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. And I will be in town tomorrow.
Yeah,
and
I'll
Thursday.
email this to Chris
Okay.
for you to sign. It's already been signed by him, so
Okay.
you're just gonna sign this one, this first page, and then we'll scan it and send it back.
Okay.
Put it all
So, if you wanted to leave it, Chris, if you're not gonna be around, I can send it. Okay. Moving right along, resolution 24, is that a resolution to cancel the election? That's a resolution, 24-14-15. So many of these, Mr. Cobb.
Remember how we had that conversation?
Yes.
We had a lot going on.
So there's a resolution to cancel the election.
Yeah, as I stated, when I requested to make this meeting longer, the special election was set by resolution 2014-2 for May 20th. It had 3 ballot issues. The first one was the shall the town adopt ordinance 03-2013 creating a town manager. The second was shall trustee Bocasio be recalled from office as a trustee. And the third was shall trustee Price be recalled from office as a trustee. As I informed the board earlier, we've gone through and remedied each of those issues. Therefore, there are no ballot issues that could properly be submitted to the registered electors. And this resolution memorializes that and cancels the special election previously set.
Move approval of resolution 2014-15.
It is that. I would say.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Okay, public input for items not on the agenda. Mr. Lemon.
Richard, for Trickling, at this special meeting held last Tuesday, there's a question about a social media that would be bounded by our city limits and like. So I did some research on it, found 5 products that have been written up in a magazine called Governing. And of that, it turns out the winner, the one that's the most popular and has been adopted by 200 cities in Colorado, is a site called Nextdoor. And it's free to the public, free to the government. They do ask that a bounded area representative contact them to help set it up. Turns out our neighbors in Cascade have it, and it's been very effective with handing things out to law enforcement. You get out of your lost dog, and boom, all of a sudden you got everybody's eyes. I tried a couple things, selling a couple products, and it's overwhelming how many people are using this. And the only people that can see it are within the boundaries that are initially set up. And I'd be more than willing to act as a sponsor to set it up with them and then present a report to the board as to its effectiveness and what. I guess with your permission to fill out the form and send it to, or I can send it to you guys.
So that needs to be approved by.
I suggest the board look at the form to see what they're signing up for, to the extent that you'd be putting your name on it through him.
And
I don't anticipate issues, but I just.
One consideration, I don't see this as a complication, but how do we interrelate this thing with what we may or may not be able to do with our website later? And so I think it's worth a conversation.
Right, I understand that it's really not, the governing, or the government part of it is how do you bound it? You know, like
Green Mountain Falls.
Green Mountain Falls, it's basically in line that it basically has gone by the zip code.
Right.
And then people outside the zip code can't view it, can't.
Right.
I mean, it literally is a closed Facebook.
Yeah, it's really cool, I saw it.
Yeah, it's
really neat.
And the best part is completely
Just get it all copied and everybody's copied for you to look at, and then you can make that decision.
Yeah, so let's, can we please get that information, Mike?
Yes.
And then we can, maybe get back with you.
Actually, looking. Okay. Okay. The other thing is you can go to the site and just look at it and see all the towns and their commentaries on it.
Okay, thank you. I think this is really great.
I'm wondering, just as a thought on that too, since we're so tied in with the other communities like Cascade and Shakita Park, there's a way to do a regional boundary.
You do, and then you can connect with others. Like when I went to the site, I saw like friends from Cascade, and they have their own, and then you can enter, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's really cool.
We could, I mean, we are right there.
Right. But what's great about this is Green Mountain Falls. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's just a little different than, you know, than other.
I
Anyway,
can
that's
consider
cool.
seeing that.
Yeah, go to next door. That's very cool.
Just on that link out.
Yes, I can send the link out. Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Anything else? Nope. Public comments or anything?
To the back.
Go team.
Okay. Okay, no more public comments. Where are they? Oh my goodness.
Reports.
Okay, reports, mayor's report, something we need to take off. I have lots of notes here, but I'm gonna just be quick here. Something on my mind is the pool. We need to figure out what we're doing with the pool. And so this needs to be a conversation sooner, I feel, than later. I've had several lifeguards call me concerned that they might not have a job, and the intent is to have the pool open. And so we really need to talk about this. So maybe put this on the May 20th agenda,
If not sooner.
if not sooner.
Yeah, my guess is your summer residents that show up there in June and have no pool open might be.
Yes. So,
Well, basically, we need a certified pool operator. They have to have a license.
right. Do you think CML could help us find someone?
I'm sure Shemale would. It sounds like El Paso is willing to look.
That's
It sounds like Mr. Reed had substantial contacts with people in that. So
Ask Mr. Reed.
whoever, someone was going to follow up with him, I would just mention it to him and say,
Trustee Cook?
yeah, I would mention it to him and say, do you know any CPOs?
I think it
I don't know if Green Mountain's you know, you had, one person doing several things. I don't know if your pool is a full-time job, I don't know if he knows a retired person that wants to do it in the interim. I don't know. But-
And I think the other thing to do is probably touch base with Manitou, for both sides of the pool, and see if maybe they can share those responsibilities or explore that a little further.
There's probably a lot up front, but after it's up and running, it's probably not a whole lot of time. I don't know what the requirements
It's
are.
going to take some maintenance, I'm sure.
Right now, they'd be
Easy,
sandblasting.
Pardon?
Right now, they would be sandblasting and getting ready to paint. Then they would cure it for 10 days before they would fill it.
So they would already be doing something right now. See, that's what I'm concerned about.
So, sooner rather than later.
Okay, so trustee
That
Cook,
doesn't require CPO, that requires maintenance, eyes, not the sandblasting and the painting.
They do that every year.
might not have the painting, but that's
Of course, there's nothing to cover that, the weather just.
the painting,
Getting out.
Might not have the painting done, but.
And it's a cement, all it has to be done, it's a cement pool, so sometimes you get chunks that fall off the top and you have to re-cement.
So it's sealed.
Okay.
Sounds like it's not impossible to get caught up with moving quickly.
And opening day last year was what day,
It's
Chris?
just around 7th of June.
7th of June. Okay. Will you talk, trustee Cook, will you talk to Mr. Reed about that? Get back to me. I will call Manitou after I hear back from him to see what he says. And then maybe talk with Manitou.
I would see that doing that concurrently, because
Okay,
if Manitou says, yeah,
we can bring someone
you know,
up.
then that
They've got
relieves.
someone, you could do an IGA with Manitou that says, come operate our pool for the summer until we find something.
What's interesting is the Manitou pool through Manitou, or is it a separate thing?
It's municipal.
Okay, okay,
And they would be able to really get us up to speed on what is required.
okay. So I'll call,
I would think so, because I know of nothing in the county that is a pool situation, so I doubt Mr. Reed had any contact.
okay.
But Manitou may have contracts too.
Anybody talk to Dave Bowers?
Yeah, so I did talk to one of our residents about who's a CPO, and he gave me some rough figures on what one would cost. Basically, what somebody that works for him that is also a CPO is, and it was in that $14, $15 an hour range. For him, it's a full-time job, but he's running a full pool.
But we have money in the pool budget, right, that we could.
Not for
move from?
CPO.
Not for CPO, that's always been part of
It's staff.
the DPW, and certain couple people in DPW work CPOs. So it's not apparently a strenuous thing, but you still have to have the license, certification.
So that would
Yeah, this person did say he would help find somebody if we needed to, and so I'll let y'all talk, and then with
See where we meet
Thursday. Is it possible that to move forward with some of this with the assumption that we are going to have a CPO and we're going to be opening up things like getting lifeguards lined up?
Like they're there.
They're
They're gonna work with the mayor, she has all their names.
All right.
I'm on the contact list.
So Thursday, Chris and I have a standing appointment. Is it possible that we kind of line up some things to get this thing moving with the assumption that things are going to do it? So we've got a lot of budget information, which was one of my hiccups, is that was there going to be money? So if we've got budget and we've got a couple days to digest all this.
The biggest thing is for someone in maintenance to go over and look at what the condition of the pool is and talk about the sandblasting and see if there's concrete that has to be repaired. The inside, you have to look and see, just assess it, and then get that done and the painting. I mean, you get all the guardswork, lined up, and they're ready, but,
What qualifications do you need to be able to assess that pool?
to every what?
To be able to assess it?
I have no idea who.
Because I'm just wondering if it needs to be someone certified in that, or if it's someone who
I
just.
think, I think to make any calls before it gets filled, we need to have a CPO look at it. If someone wants to go over there and look at it and say, I don't see any huge
For
traffic.
repair and
Well, that's my
maintenance.
point.
Maybe,
Now,
but don't, that's
Yes.
based on that.
The biggest
That's
thing
based
is,
on CPO's assessment.
Right.
yeah, and we have
I would
kids here
go
for
over.
life course. The biggest thing is going to be when you get into the chemicals. Right. That's, and.
Right.
That's where your
Chlorinated
certification
I
is.
agree.
But you get in there and it says maintenance on how it looks after the winter, you don't have to be certified.
Okay.
I guess since I
That's
have
what I was
the key,
wondering.
Okay. Huh?
I guess since I have the key, I
You go see if our.
Yeah. I'll go. I'll be checking. I'd like to see it too. Okay, so we have action items. Okay.
I would say we do it three-pronged. If you call me
Yeah,
up
too.
to, I would discuss it and see if he has a name of someone, because we'll need it instantaneously. I will call Mr. Reed tomorrow
Okay.
regarding that, because we may need to have his people come up and do the standby.
Okay. And there are 4 lifeguards.
There's at least 5. And someone filling out an application.
Okay. Okay, there's a leader cast on Friday that trustee Cook and I will be attending, at the Golden Park. It's an all-day affair, that should be fun. A CML, we go into the CML thing next week. You're signed up, and who else is
I
signed
am
up?
signed up.
You're signed up. The CML thing,
Tuesday the 13th.
Tuesday.
Is someone, is, are 3 of you going?
Mhm.
Then your clerk needs to notice that as a meeting.
The CML thing?
Anytime you 3 of you meet.
Well, CML is already acknowledged that. It's through them.
No, but your clerk needs to notify the public.
Okay.
It's the same idea if you guys did a board retreat, that the clerk
It's
would
a
notify.
CML
Just
meeting
tell her,
on,
hey, she was posted like she would in a special meeting.
Okay.
on being involved in leadership running involved.
And where is it?
It is the Woodland Park Community Center.
Community church, the
Community
leadership
Church,
church.
excuse me.
Yeah.
Woodland Park Community Church.
Not the CMO.
No, the CML thing is,
I
I don't know where the CML thing is. The CML.
I think I
thing-
have the flyer. You sent me the flyer. I have the flyer.
Yeah,
You-
probably
It's at the
best.
Woodlands. I think it's probably at their town hall.
It's not there.
So their town hall.
I don't know. Community Center, so I apologize.
But it's Tuesday, is this Tuesday?
Tuesday the 13th.
We also got a letter from Mr. Bowman expressing some concerns that, we need to look at, which I think we have already. He's done some sign removals and stuff, but I just want to make a public acknowledgement that we did get that letter and we are looking into those concerns that he had. We also had a letter from Joyland about renting space, for Chief Bradley in the interim that we need to take a look at as well, and we can talk about that later, because that probably needs to be discussed, and it's late tonight. So let's talk about that in our next meeting on the 20th. So, discussion on, I don't know, rental space for Marshall's department, I guess. But we can talk about that later. And that was it for me. So, Trustee Stevens, any reports?
We did receive communications, I think today or yesterday, from the Community Development Advisory Board that we'll need to be considering renewing, which I'd strongly encourage us to do. And this is pretty administrative, but we should probably take action and put that on the next agenda. 2 other items, I sent around the approved job descriptions for all the employees, but particularly with the idea that perhaps even at this meeting we could approve the posting of an announcement to try to hire an interim public works director. My thinking is we have not had the important conversation about how we're going to structure staffing and such in the town, but we clearly have immediate needs, and knowing that we have things that need to get done, I think that we should hire at least an interim public works person. And I'm not sure whether it's a worker, supervisor, what the appropriate title is, but someone who can help work through 3, 6, 9 months while we figure out what we're doing and get some of these tasks done so we can stand on their own. And then the other piece is just the goals from our workshop, and make sure that we don't lose sight of that. Maybe put that on the agenda for next meeting to have further conversations.
Yes, I would kind of lean towards a senior position in public works without the director position. Whereas you could have senior people that are very well knowledge and they would in fact kind of be operating as kind of a joint directorship, but and then have that position competitively posted in the future and allow those employees as well to apply for that leadership position, but to get some senior workers in there that are familiar with what they're doing without kind of appointing someone in so quickly. What are your thoughts?
Trustee Quinn, I went and took the job description, and I have taken out all of the duties and responsibilities that require supervisory skill. I was going to share that with you tonight, and thought we would post it just to have facilities, a public works facilities worker that would have, and it would carry the same senior responsibilities, physical responsibilities, without the supervisory role, and was going to ask for the, how we would go about submitting this and go ahead and get this posted immediately. I would be glad to share it. I mean, if you look at it, I've just pulled out everything left in, just the work needed, as far as that goes.
Did you guys see the one from Callahan today that I sent right before?
I did not get a chance to.
So they sent us the Public Works Director, supervisor, whatever you want to call it, job description as well that they use. So.
And there was a senior utility worker, kind of a more low, entry level kind of position description. I didn't quite care for
all of that. Yeah.
My only hesitation about hiring workers is
I think you can put.
he's not here, she's not actually a supervisor, she's going to supervise.
Right.
Because.
Well, we can
hard to
assign
have-
duties as,
Well.
so it'll be an interim sort of position.
You could assign duties, bi-weekly, which may create problems with arising issues. Especially as water starts coming down, snow smelting, and things like that. I don't think that you have to hire a supervisor, but you might run into a problem with, I would have addressed it, but nobody told me.
A few of the items already in here, though, may address some of that, as far as serving as safety coordinator for the town, for town insurance compliances, would cover part of that. Additional assignments as directed by the Board of Trustees. Ensures that standard operating procedures and related policies are applied. So if you look at this, there are some in here already as far as doing that, and making it an open-ended situation, in covering and keeping those things going as far as emergency and safety issues. So I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about the schematic of it, but I think that you could do it. You have a trustee liaison system, so if you're not always available to tell them, okay, go take care of that.
Yeah, with all one meeting, as far as that goes, I understand that. And sitting down and creating a weekly schedule of events, and then as I hear things, being able to communicate it to that person immediately.
Sounds like a good solution.
How about that?
I would encourage us to employ the county to help the hiring process, so we get this screened and advertised appropriately during the business of hiring, screening, and get the lights for that hiring process for this.
Okay, what do we need to do as far as a board to approve doing this?
I think we can just direct staff to post it, but the question is how was that done?
Just
we could, the board, yeah, can direct staff to post that, wherever they like. You can kind of carry it for other hiring. Well, you have.
Yeah, so I would encourage us to have the mayor reach out to the county and get this posted with the edits that trustee.
We can post it separately ourselves, correct?
Certainly, one place that I know posts numerous jobs, in fact, you guys used it for attorneys. And I've seen public works positions posted on their email, and I would strongly suggest that. Because I know there are people who actively do that. You know, there's clerk serves and things like that to go out. I don't know if public works has a similar thing, but.
I think once the county publishes, we can then tag on in addition to publish. I'll let them figure out, because they'll also, their HR department will review our job description and make sure it's compliant and all those other good things. And get that.
I will, if you do that, Mayor Worthy, I will make myself available to that, talk to their human resources and take this job description down and get it posted.
And it may be that we don't necessarily need them to post it, but just to advise us on it.
Not really at all. Have them bring us qualified candidates to interview. That's what we want to do.
Because it kind of goes back again, right now, they're helping us in the road.
We need help.
Right now, we need
They
help.
can do the pre-screening and give us kind of.
If we had 3 strong candidates that they screened, and they're doing all the interaction.
Because they'll be more familiar with certifications, et cetera.
Yeah. So I will call El Paso County, talk to their human resource department, then I will talk to Mr. Cook and have you go down and deliver that to them. Is that good?
And go over it with them. make
And
sure
you go over
we're
that with them.
compliant with everything in this.
Okay.
And time frame, you might ask them what it is, but I'm thinking as soon as reasonable.
We can, I'm sure we can make the posting as long or as short as we want. And preferably something like a 5-day posting.
So we're saying by May 20th in our next board meeting?
No, I'll leave the time frame to the hiring professionals.
I think 5 days is a little short.
Okay.
Let them advise us as to how quickly we can get this done, but we want to do it as quickly as reasonable. We don't want to rush it, but we also have needs that are being fulfilled by the county.
The time can be made up on the selection versus the input that we're getting from candidates.
One of the things I prefer to do really is you're looking over that is making sure that there's that this one person or something isn't stretched so thin as to what they do, you know, like so many titles, that making sure that the public works director is the public works director and not
Well,
all
we
these
could
other
possibly
titles.
look for 2. Or was is that over?
I like the idea of starting with 1. We have 0. We start with 1 and figure out what we need. What those needs
Well,
are.
are we looking at 1 full-time or 2 part-time?
I like Trustee Cook's suggestion of an interim public works worker and do that full-time, and then as needs continue, we can do something, but I'm hesitant to have a title of supervisor director until we figure out what we're doing.
Right.
Okay, so just say
Yeah.
public works person.
Worker.
And I question the full-time or part-time, because if we look at what El Paso County, if we're looking at them for example, they're hiring somebody for maximum of 25 hours.
And that's
And they've got a lot of.
We start
And we may be able to get a diversity in skills too, is what we're kind of after here as well. Because you might get a real good operator, but he doesn't know anything about pools or things like that.
Yeah, the county may be able to help you on that too.
I think we should look in that direction as well.
I struck the things deal with pool, because looking at something different. I had done that previously.
Because really, we're lumping a lot in there.
We're talking about roads and parks, basically, is what we're talking about, as far as I go, and tree mitigation, things like that, it goes with general maintenance.
Chief Brad, you had something to say?
I just have to jump in here. I'm sorry. If you put somebody on temporary, interim, whatever, the 2 things that you need to strongly consider, and this comes from having experience running a public works department before. They have to be somebody that we consider diversified. They have to be able to correctly operate every piece of equipment that you own. It's listed on here, because I'm gonna tell you right now, I've trained grader operators, I've been a grader operator, and in 5 seconds, they can create a devastation like you would not believe. And I think that, and it's innocent, it's just the flip of the wrong finger.
Right.
I've seen that at the groundbreaking with the mayor.
I'm sorry, I'm there. I've just seen so many wrecks in the heavy equipment side, and that's been one of my other professions, tied in with law enforcement. That's extremely concerning, and having somebody that, like, how would I put this delicately? That, well, just flat out can do everything. Don't need to have somebody specialized to run a piece of equipment. The other thing is, these roads are challenging. I mean, they'll pitch 4 times in a half mile for drainage. Not only that, if you go through, somebody's done locates very recently. There are water valves hidden in piles of dirt. I mean, I just see this scary scenario of if somebody really doesn't know what to do. This is not standard road grading up here. I mean, this is crazy. You've got so much pitch on a grader blade just to get them up over. It's crazy. So being paranoid about this and getting that call 2 in the morning, that water going everywhere. Come out here and sit out here for 2 hours. It's not really that selfishly motivated, but you know, they're just going to have to be exceptional.
Right,
and
and so that screening though through El Paso County.
Well, hopefully, because, you know, you get a grader operator that's got a lot of years of experience, but they've never worked. Something like Falls or Cottage.
Maybe make sure that they say mountain.
But I guess my point is this county is bending over backwards to help us. And I would love to see somebody, as I'm sure Trustee Cook would be, pick up the phone and say, hey, this needs fixed, head over there right now. And the county's willing to help us until you find the right person. I just think it's such a delicate thing.
I'll echo that to say, find the right person,
Right.
even if you have to look and rely on the county for longer than you'd like.
Yeah.
They came up, well, they've come up here several times. You know, you have the good relationships with the police department, with their public works. Rely on them to get the right person in there, so that you don't have. I don't want to deal with the same things he's saying he doesn't want to deal with, and I guarantee Tammy would echo that too. So.
And that's kind of why I suggested not hiring supervisor.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's also why.
And perhaps maybe Tim, if you, once we get down to the end on that, maybe you could sit in maybe on the hiring committee and just.
I'd like to. There's questions I'd like to ask.
You guys will be working
Very closely together.
so I think that would be a good.
Yeah.
Great.
You were gonna say.
Salary?
I'd like the input of the Shelby County, or not Shelby, El Paso County.
What'd you say, Shelby?
Shelby County.
But you couldn't you advertise that as open?
Yeah.
Well, it'd be a range.
Yeah, open salary at this point.
PDD.
DOE.
Okay.
DOE.
They'll, I think, again, yeah, it's exactly what they said, it's, you know, the county has all these pieces of equipment, and we have all these people too. They do all this stuff, you know, they've got people that do all this stuff, so just hand it to them, work with them.
Do you remember the name of the lady who went to that one? That human resource lady? I don't know.
She was German.
I remember.
You remember? We
I
have-
think I know her.
Oh, okay.
I know she was German because she said, I know how to drive and Americans don't.
But I don't have to drive that.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
That's the right decision.
Awesome. And here, oh, that's Jeff. Also Crystal Tier from El Paso County. Join us and talk to us about the grant, just to get us all up on speed what it's about. No, the Crystal, yeah, Tier.
I think that top part's her.
Andrea.
Did she?
Employment benefits and benefits.
Yeah, that would be really
Yeah, cool.
I won't make it, you that.
Okay. So she'll just come and talk to us about that. Yeah. Okay, trustee Cook, you have anything else? Or Quinn, I'm sorry. Trustee Quinn. Okay, trustee, something.
I've been working with Chris and,
Is this recorded?
We have our next one Thursday morning.
Okay, trustee Cook.
Is the position, so that's it.
Okay, thank you guys. Is there any other municipal correspondence or anything?
I was gonna say two things. I was gonna say, one, we're missing a large part of your safety in here that we should make sure is added to all future ones, which would be Marshall's report.
Yes.
And my attorney report is super short in that the case that you guys were shooting with the other municipalities that was dismissed, and now I can't think of the name. I want to say Slatic, but that firm, the marijuana ban, pre my time, that was closed. That firm has informed you that if you want a copy of the case file or anything like that, that they're going to close their file on it and get rid of it. I would suggest that I'm confident the state, since migrating over to their own online system, can take care of it, and if they lose their records,
they lose.
But I don't think your clerk wants a copy of it, and I know I don't. So. But that was it. Other than that, I would suggest you.
Thank you.
Bradley.
Chief Bradley's report. We need to get you back in here.
That's okay. No, I don't mind being left out, to be honest with you, unless there's some important things. But this is just law enforcement report for today. Of course, everything will continue from tomorrow in 2-week increments, but you know, this could have been 6 pages long. I just felt like I needed to shrink it down if we had a crowd. Basically, some people don't know that we moved to the public workshop. It's located at 10290 East El Paso Avenue East. I have struggled with Comcast for 14 days. If we didn't have Comcast established in this town, I would boot them and go with another service. It's been frustrating, and I've been dealing with the guy at the executive level. Maybe that's the problem, I don't know. But right now, the phone's ported from here to there, but it's the public works message. So the only thing that I can throw out as a coverall is if somebody needs me and they can't find me, as usual, call the sheriff's department, they'll page me dispatch me where. When I met with Makita, Sheriff Makita, I asked him, based on where I'm at, don't even know how much money we have. I told him, you know, as I mentioned to the board and board members when I came here, I'm absolutely not going to be 24/7, 365 unless it's a big event. And when I met with Makita, he was good with that. And I'll basically just pass command to the sheriff's department if I need a couple down hours in the week or when I take a couple days off. We kind of have it worked out where right now my priority is still going to be the school. When all the school lets up, that's going to rotate around. When I know what my picture looks like and what I can and can't do as far as bringing other people in to help me, other officers, we'll just cross that bridge when we get to it. I think the bears are kind of obvious. If they're not out, they're going to be out quick. It's been real high temperatures. I haven't seen any. I got any word of any, but 3 or 4 days of 70+ degrees will wake them up. So I'll probably put out a notice like I did before, drop at the post office in here. It's kind of overwhelming things. Fire danger, again, I guess you can't talk about it enough. You need to be careful about that. I'm going to be real diligent on that. Any calls, any observations, we're going to have face-to-face on things. I don't think we need to wait for fire bans to be brought in. I think it's common sense issues. I put the flags up Friday on the 25-mile-an-hour signs. I found those and put those up. Been trying to give people this warning that we're back. I'm back, and so I have had a number of complaints about people speeding up, things like that. We're just trying to break this in nice and easy without going crazy. There's only one of me anyway, so they're in pretty good shape. Next Monday, the 12th, I am going to start making contacts on code enforcement issues. There's a lot of things that I'm observing out there. I know when I get the internet in my office, I'm gonna get emails. I started on some things tonight. I'm gonna stay with what I had, and that is banging on the door. If I gotta come in the evening, talking to them face to face, showing the ordinance, not putting that letter, taping it to their door unless the first 30 days after that contact's ineffective, and then we'll just follow that unless the board wants it done like it was or anything different. It worked very well for us when I was here before. And I think you're all aware that I have one car up and running. The other car is probably not a good candidate to be put back into service. It's just too tore up and it's too much expense based on the mileage that's on it. I don't know where the Jeep, I don't know where the Crown Vic went. I don't even know where to ask as far as, where that money went. I guess it's kind of irrelevant. I will work on donations from other agencies to get us back up to a fleet of 3. One immediately if that works out, and I'll inform the board next board meeting, and then I'll work on something a little later down the road when I have more time. This on the back is really intended to be sent to board members for review, not to be stapled and copied, but it is what it is. It's not a big deal. I was asked to put something together for last year about fees for special events. And it has a number of things fell to the wayside based on the environment, things that were going on. I just revised this up here by the top, and I changed just a couple of things. I know it kind of has to get to a point where we have to charge something for our services. And I've been to a lot of board meetings and a lot of people come in with special events and they say, oh, we don't have any money and there's a lot of fees waived. And here's the problem. When we have special events that takes 4 people and 3 cars, I have to, with the staff that I have, schedule people in for that event, and most of those start in the morning. Well, that impacts that coverage later in that day or later in that weekend. That's really the big thing. We don't burn a lot of gas. I think El Paso's rate is $35 an hour per deputy and car, and there's a minimum that you pay. And I know Springs, 40, 50, 60 bucks for special events, extra duty assignments. And what I tried to do here was just kind of size up what a fee would be if there's a car required and an officer, or if it's just the inside post. There needs to be a phone landline based on our lack of cell service and sometimes radio service just for officer safety. And basically just breaking down, if there was a big event that came to town and it needed all 4, or if it needed 3 cars and 4 people, we would have a maximum that we would charge, $1,000 for 10 hours for that amount of equipment. That can be reviewed. You guys can tell me what you'd like me to do. I think this is extremely reasonable, and I have hopes with the changes that have gone on here that more people are going to want to come to Green Mountain Falls, and they're, as far as for special events,
I have a question. The fees that are typically charged when someone approaches us with a special use permit, does that include law enforcement? Okay, so is that a question we should be asking?
Yes.
Do you require law enforcement presence?
Yes.
And that's something we need to
Or on the application itself to have that?
That's more for us to determine.
Absolutely.
That they approve.
Okay.
If there's lane closures, and I kind of outlined, it really takes more than one person to shut down the lane if it's more than 50 feet long or if it's on a curve.
Sure.
It's just liability safety concerns, and we can only do so much. So that's my thing. I think if there's special events coming to town and they elect not to use us for things that we should be used for, if they can provide adequate trained people and the equipment to do it and make it safe, I think it'd be a judgment call by the board. If you're okay with it or if you're not. But fortunately, most special events in this town are pretty brief, in my experience. The car show, I had 5 last year, and I asked the sheriff's department 2 months in advance to assign me 2 reserves. Well, that's only gonna go so far. I mean, cause one school, they found a dead guy in a meth lab, and they had every reserve scheduled that they had available for the next week for perimeter and everything else. So we may not get that. That was nice of them to offer it, but we've taken donations for gas and things like that, and I think it's great. And I've always appreciated it, and we've always offered to do Rock Day on the House, because it's truly a local event. But like when you have the car show here, that's, you know, they're making maybe not a lot of money, but they're coming from all over. It's an outside event. I've just lined the boys and girls up, but it's created deficiencies.
Do we need to approve these fees in resolution? Do we can pass or leave it on the ordinance? Or
Yeah, I honestly don't know, where your fees are, established. I don't know if it's by ordinance. But yeah, if these conflict with them, then I would update. It sounds like he's providing an update a year and a half later. So yeah, I would suggest adopting them by ordinance, and to the extent that so people will have that sticker shock, put it on your application that says, you know, just so you know, if you can provide something for us, you know, you have friends that, you know, you have friends that can actually show us that you're going to be able to do this. A, I would check with him and see if he agrees on that.
Right.
I would probably check with Tammy, and I'll be glad to look at it. But this is, I've seen much higher rates.
I'd rather do that by exception than by suggestion. Say, you know, if someone balks at this pricing and they want to approach us with something like that, we could entertain it, but I'd rather set this as the standard.
Yeah, at the risk of pigeonholing your marshal into something that you may not want to do, I would suggest that you rely on your marshal to do that to the extent that you maybe not like to do it isn't probably the right word, but to the extent that he's able and willing to do it, I would suggest using your marshal.
Well, we have summer coming, pretty much a skeleton crew over there, so.
Yeah, just
one skeleton.
one skeleton.
Easy.
I would say that, you know, once you have the ability to expand in the manner that you're looking at, you let the board know so we can, you know, pursue that once you.
Well, and to that end, knowing that and this was a comment I was going to make later, is that we still have a lot of questions and uncertainty about our budget, but I would feel comfortable with this board and seeing if the marshal wanted to employ reserves that are, you know, no compensation, that if that's something available to you, I'm comfortable with him pulling together additional resources to assist him, knowing that there would be no budgetary impact. And so that there's some movement towards that, knowing that we have a budget number, a budget problem, or question.
And the one thing that I know you aware of this, but I'm going to bring it up since we're discussing. Reserves aren't free. Okay. One of the things that I reviewed in 2011 and fixed immediately was workers' comp while they're here. I dealt with workers' comp, or not workers' comp, workers' compensation, the insurance. And it was horrible. I mean, it was just, I had learned it, it was painstaking, but the numbers that they provided for me were very reasonable. And so that's one thing. The biggest expense with reserve peace officers, and as some of you know, I never established them as reserve peace officers. Our post rules had changed. So we didn't have to label them different. We didn't have to have anything different in our ID. I brought them in as reserve / part-time when available, because we have, and this is another thing that might get those DUI funds when that starts up. I can assign them to that. So, you know, they turn in all their financial information. But the real big hitch with that group is that I have post standards I have to abide whether they're paid $1 million a year or they show up in the goodness of their heart. So I have to go through certain background, there's expense, a lot of times there's windshield time for me. I have to get them through a psychological exam. I have a great examiner in Greenwood Village, and she's looking for things that I'm looking for. So I work well with her, and with that, there's a polygraph involved. It just secures us. You know, so I have to get through these specific things. I think probably if there's a budget line item that has to be met, the biggest concern dollar-wise is going to be that hiring fund. But, you know, and that's the thing that you never have a guarantee on. I ran backgrounds on 4 or 5 people before I left, and I had to reject every one of them, and there was trips to being a visitor. So there's some expense. The way we have it set up now is they provide their own uniforms, approved weapons, they have to be approved, and of course we provide the ammunition for their certifications. So there are some expenses, and I just didn't want anybody to think that they're free. Right. They're not free.
Do you have a latest copy of this budget that you just got to see?
I do.
Okay.
One item that I want to make sure gets put back on the books, because it was taken off the books when there were no marshals or deputy marshals, is the fund that insures you and the deputy marshals for acts you guys do. Because I know for sure that came through me and the old board and was canceled because we didn't have anyone in office. And they provided a book, I can't think of the name, but I will dig the email out. So if you don't hear from me, it essentially, it's who insulates your officers for issues. And they provide a publication too. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm not quite sure.
Almost like a malpractice.
The issue, yeah, essentially, the issue that we came to was if we terminated coverage because we didn't have any officers, did they essentially provide tail-end coverage that would bring it through, would insulate him through the statute of limitations? So, you know,
It's an
we terminated.
organization.
Yeah, it's an organization, and Chris will have more of it, but essentially I want to let the board know, and you, that if that's not back on while you guys are going through the budget, it needs to be back on. And if Chris doesn't know what I'm talking about for some reason, or you guys can't figure it out, and you haven't heard from me, I'll dig out the email, and we can get back in contact with them and make sure that's brought back up.
We had just dealt with SURSA as far as our coverage, and I know they were involved when I got here with unlawful entry and excessive use of force issue.
This is more of you personally. So
You brought this on, I'm pretty sure, it was the,
Well, I had the CPPA fee.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
that's
Yeah,
exactly.
that's what it is. Yeah.
Colorado Police Protective Association, I brought that in and was able to get money, and anybody that was paid, we paid their dues.
Yep.
We paid the minimum legal coverage, and if they wanted to pay for it out of their own pocket to get the maximum. And I've always carried that, always, and it's very helpful, and we have representation.
What's the dollar figure for that?
It was extremely nominal
It's
for the coverage.
Couple $100
So it would be my recommendation that however and whoever needs to do it, get turned back on. Because I will tell you that it's off right now. And I'm sure they notified him, but I would suggest that the town pay that to re-up his coverage, because the only reason it was terminated was we had no officers.
Chip, can you look into that?
Yeah, she called me in fact, and I told her I'd get back with it. I just didn't know where we were. And I'll tell you, one of the big benefits of this, and I've brought it in and we've utilized it in other small agencies, is that once they're employed for 1 year, they can put in for a grant, and it provides a vest. So it's like a $500-600, and they just award it. I mean, they award several a year. And like with me, I needed a vest in one agency, I needed a tactical vest, and I needed the one carrier. When I had the money for the tactical, so I put in for the vest, and I paid an extra $80 to get the level of protection upgraded. It's phenomenal program. It really is. So, but I've always run it under membership and fees, basically. That's the line item it was in.
I would suggest the board direct town staff
Annual
to
fees
leave
and dues.
either your marshal or your clerk to make sure that that gets repaid and backdated from.
That would be one.
Okay.
There's a line item budget in there for $48. Would that be high enough?
That's postage.
No, that's the,
What are you looking at?
oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
We don't use that thing. We don't use that thing.
No, I was
You
wondering.
know, I don't remember, I think it's
It's $120.
something like that for the
So let's
basic.
say it's zero.
It's either 120 or 240. I think Barnes was on 120, he was on 240.
So up
I
to $300.
I don't believe it was more than that.
Well, I'm just saying.
For the maximum of everything, I don't think it exceeds 300 a year.
The only thing close to that on here is PPCF. What is that?
Where?
Oh, that's Pikes Peak Community Foundation.
Foundation
Yeah,
group.
sort of.
Okay. All right. So then there's nothing on there.
Yeah, so it's off the book. It needs to get back on
We'll,
for sure.
I'll address it Thursday.
Well, but what our town attorney's asking us to do is us as a board direct us to turn that on, and you find the money in the budget later.
Direct your marshal to make sure that he is covered.
That's correct.
I get that with a phone call, here's the thing, and I know tonight's not the right, we're gonna be here till 1 o'clock in the morning, but, you know, when I look here at salaries permanent and salaries part-time, the salaries permanent pretty much covers me for the rest of the year. There's $30,000 in here for salaries part-time. I don't know why that's there. I don't know if that was a code enforcement structure thing. I don't get it, but if that's truly in the budget, I've got an additional, from what I can tell, $29,765 with what is already covered here. So I think there's probably money in this budget if my figures are right. Okay, and there's other things that we need to add.
Yeah, it sounds like you should coordinate with trustee Butts and the town clerk to make sure that you're funded, so that, because as you get back up and running.
Well, if we can straighten your department out fiscally, then.
And then.
In my mind, there's two different things. There's the task of getting that membership up and running immediately. And we will find the money somewhere. The next task is figure out the budget, which is a bigger thing, but I'm confident we can find $300 in this budget.
Yes.
Even in, you know, the unused PR budget from Public Works for April, you know, or March and whatever.
I mean, so I would suggest the board director, your town staff, take care of that immediately.
I would offer that direction.
Yes. Yeah, okay, so you're authorizing them.
I'll call tomorrow.
Up to $300.
Up to
It's
$300.
301.
Well,
Well,
I don't know if that's correct. It seems like when I was on auto draw, I think it was $45.
Yeah, it may be over 360. I would suggest that 500. Then what I would suggest is that the board authorize him to reinstate his prior coverage, whatever cost it may be, and report back to the board at that amount.
What is it? Okay, excellent. Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
Pretty good at this.
yeah. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Perfect. Okay, thank you. So if there is no other business at this late hour,
Well, there's.
I know, but I know. Can we,
We can't. And you'll see why
okay,
rather quickly, but I
but I
will
can
do
close
it
the regular meeting.
quickly, yes, I will do it quickly as I can.
Tell my son there to take his girlfriend home. Yes,
They gotta wake up first.
yes, so.
Actually.
Anyway, so the regular meeting is over. I'd like just a 5-minute break, guys.
It's been a lot, my scissors.
I'll go to the executive
Oh, we'll get it done.
session,
We'll get it
back and
Are we
open the
gonna-
meeting again.
Yeah, you should.
That's how I see.
Probably.
Matt, will there be decisions needed afterward?
There will not, because you can direct staff in any executive session to the extent that would need be.
So we'll shut off the screen.
Yeah, so you can shut that off.
Okay.
Bye,
Thank
guys.
you.
Meeting's adjourned at 11:15.
Recess.
Recessed. Thank you. Adjourned, recessed.
We're taking a recess, I like my,
Yeah.
you guys get over here.
These are the latest.
Well, this meeting's been a doozy.
My
We've all been
goodness,
through
this is crazy.
These are long but not exciting.
No, but you know what, you guys are knocking it out. When I sit back here and I watch this crowd, people that are engaging that haven't been engaged for a long time, showing up like this.
Okay, y'all be safe.
It's good to see. Good path, we have a lot of that we look at. We'll get there. I think 18 months from now, we'll be. By next winter.
I'm more than happy, I didn't want to interrupt, but more than happy to go. So, remember the pool of trustee, get it. A lot of concrete that. We can just assume it's easy to assess.
That was it.
And if the paint ain't even.
It seems excessive.
Seriously, it's not flaking and peeling, it's not gonna wet somebody's mouth. So keep going. Are you around tomorrow? Mark, are you around tomorrow? I actually have to work on it.
I like how
What's the next date here? Next Tuesday? Well, I just, down in school.
I can go.
Oh, I'm gonna go look tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning for the work.
Just.
And you know what I think?
Well, we go look tomorrow morning before I head off the other day.
I kind of want to take a look at
But everybody's interested. What time do you go to work?
I'm here at 7.
Oh, I think so.
And I think
Well, that's what I mean.
is making
I'd
very.
rather run top three. I wouldn't think it is. So I can't see it on interior view.
Thank you.
But I don't know what it
The
looks like.
camera's still on that street.
Be real old content. It's really good concrete.
You have to be there right at 7?
What I was gonna suggest is,
Technically, yeah.
is,
I
you and I
could,
again,
if I could,
how, with
I could
county
meet
person,
about 7.
have them help us figure out,
You want to do it at 7?
have them, you know, plan us up to speed, find the money, figure this out.
That's
and
right.
get it.
Or I can do something smart, pass off the key tomorrow night.
I've seen how much progress they've made in 2 or 3 weeks.